See, I went live and I forgot to hit the live button. This is what happens when you're getting up early in the morning. Karibuni. Again, we're going to be doing, just bear with me, making sure my phone is off and everything is off. These are, again, this is Kumbukeni. My name is Nduku. I am one of the co-hosts. And a few weeks ago, sometime in September, we started reading. Well, now we are on the 4th chapter. So 4 weeks ago, we started reading How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. Thanks to Mama Rodney for giving us the permission to go ahead and read this. This came about because I was reading the postscript to the book that was written by Baba Abdul Rahman Mohammed Babu. And in the postscript, he mentions that he was good friends with the Rodneys, and he mentions that Baba Rodney wanted this book to get to as many people, to the masses. The reason he wrote this was so that he could get it to the masses. And as you all know from his book, and I said last week I was going to show all the books, so let me go grab a couple of them. But as you all know from his book, he lived that life. Baba Rodney lived that life. He grounded himself with the masses, with those who most of us who are educated and achieve a certain lifestyle tend to ignore because we look down on them. We see them as people who are not educated, who are not, a lot of us fall for that lie that the system puts out. They're not pulling themselves by their bootstraps. They're lazy, right? The stereotypes that are put out on certain people, we follow them just because we think we've earned it or we worked so hard. These people, you want to be called a doctor because you think you put so much time into it, and you look down on the others who haven't, and you don't even consider what else has happened to their lives so that they don't achieve those the same accomplishments that you have achieved, right? What interviews did they go to that they were not invited to or hired because their hair looked a certain way, they spoke a certain way, or they just looked a certain way? What opportunities did they want to take that they could not take because of their financial status, right? What schools did they, at least what level of achievement did they want to get, but they were in a school district that doesn't get enough funding and therefore not enough resources, right? And they're struggling to be educated or miseducated, which is what we're getting. But in the current system, they're struggling to get to the point where they can be in positions like we are in, where your resume is looking good and you can get certain jobs. So Baba Rodney is saying we need to connect with those masses, and he wrote this to inform us all, including those who are marginalized and ignored, why they are in the situation they are in, specifically Africa and Africans. When you continue to read it, he speaks about Africa beyond the borders. And he talks about the system, the structures in the system that have been intentionally put in place to keep us marginalized and to keep us away, to take away access for us. We have no access to the things that can help us develop. And he explains that here. I'm quickly going to run over to the other side. I'm just going to turn off my video quickly and go get the other books. I'll be right back. All right, so I think I got all the ones that I have. So Baba Rodney, the one that we are currently reading is, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa. That's the one we are currently reading. But he has written The Russian Revolution, A View from the Third World, Walter Rodney. And And you can see there's a forward by Vijay Prashad, but that's another one of Baba Walter Rodney's writings. The Colonial Marxism, Essays from the Pan-African Revolution, with a forward by Ngugi wa Thiong'o, right? Who's a Kenyan writer, Kenyan born, but a global African. And like I said, The Groundings with My Brothers by Walter Rodney. There's a couple of books too that are out now that he wrote for children, and I forget the names. And I forgot to also put this banner running so that you all can support the work that the Walter Rodney Foundation does. So they have given us the permission to go ahead and read the book on Kumbukeni for you all to hear, and for the people in the places where they cannot afford to get a book. For whatever reason, they don't have access to the book, but they have access to a phone, they have access to internet, and they have access to YouTube, so they can listen to the readings on YouTube. And that is who this is for. And it appears the garbage truck is here early this morning, so we're going to just what are we going to do? I'm thinking maybe we play let's play the Kumbukeni intro, and we'll be right back once the truck is gone. Bear with us. All right, quiet is good, Muata Garai, given everything that's going on in the world right now. I'll take quiet. Um, that took longer than expected, but we are grateful because now we have a clean environment, and thanks to them, we should appreciate the services that we get and the people that perform them. So again, we are here to read How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, and I shared um, many of the other books that Baba Rodney has written. And we again say thank you to Mama Rodney for giving us the permissions to read this online so that it can reach more people. And for us, our duty is to share these readings so that they can actually reach more people. Because as you know, YouTube sometimes has a thing with making sure certain videos are seen and others are not seen. So let's make sure we counter that. Underneath, on the bottom, running through the bottom, is the link for the Walter Rodney Foundation, where you can take action. Please visit that link and see how you can support the work that they're doing. That will be our thanks to them, and also not only thank you to them for this opportunity, but also to support the work that they're doing, because it is the work of our liberation. So yes, please visit that link. They usually have a symposium in March every year around the time of Baba Rodney's birthday. That's another thing for those of you in the US, of those of you who can travel to the US. Look out for that, and you should be able to find that information on the Walter Rodney Foundation website. All right, so we are on chapter 4 this week, and the chapter is titled Europe and the Roots of African Underdevelopment to 1885. The relation between the degree, and each chapter, Baba Rodney starts with a quote, right? This time he's quoting Ahmed Sekou Touré of the Republic of Guinea, 1962. I believe Sekou Touré was murdered. Remind me, I believe he was. The relation between the degree of destitution of peoples of Africa and the length and nature of the exploitation they had to endure is evident. Africa remains marked by the crimes of the slave traders. Up to now, her potentialities are restricted by underpopulation. We know population is no longer a problem, right? But there are many other things that Baba Rodney will highlight for us here that are keeping us underdeveloped. Of course, Muatagarai, of course, most people were from North Africa and Middle East, especially given the climate in Italy right now. I'm not surprised that the Wazungus did not come to stand in solidarity with you, because most of them detest you. Anywho, the European slave trade as a basic factor in African underdevelopment. To discuss trade between Africans and Europeans in the 4 centuries before colonial rule is virtually to discuss slave trade. Strictly speaking, the African only became a slave when he reached a society where he worked as a slave. Before that, he was first a free man and then a captive. Nevertheless, it is acceptable to speak of the trade in slaves when referring to the shipment of captives from Africa to various other parts of the world where they were to live and work as the property of Europeans. And I just realized my eyes are bothering me, and I know why. Just bear with me. All right, we are good. The title of this section is deliberately chosen to call attention to the fact that the shipments were all by Europeans to markets controlled by Europeans, and this was in the interest of European capitalism and nothing else. And I thought about this yesterday. I'll pause quickly there. As we're reading the book, it does say how Europe underdeveloped Africa, but I would like us, because we know now, to extend that to how the West underdeveloped Africa. Because I find that when we talk about how Europe underdeveloped Africa, certain entities, aka the United States, feel that they're removed from this, but they're not. And even inside this, and in many other books that Baba Rodney is talking about, he talks about the United States role in this. So it is how the West underdeveloped Africa. In East Africa and the Sudan, many Africans were taken by Arabs and were sold to Arab buyers. This is known in European books as the Arab slave trade. Therefore, let it be clear that when Europeans shipped Africans to European buyers, it was the European slave trade from Africa. Undoubtedly, with few exceptions such as Hawkins, European buyers purchased African captives on the coasts of Africa, and the transaction between themselves and Africans was a form of trade. It is also true that very often a captive was sold and resold as he made his way from the interior to the port of embarkation. And that too was a form of trade. You all know the Wall Street in New York. They were bought in Africa. They were brought to New York. They were sold in New York again to other people. And sometimes, even once they get to the plantation, and this massa, owner of the plantation, does not want them, either they're expecting, or the master was, or the owner of the plantation, lord, I don't want to call them masters, owner of the plantation, the oppressor, plantation owner has been sleeping with one of the African women. The wife does not like that, and so the wife forces them to sell the African woman. So listen, just as much as we buy and sell and sell and sell commodity is how we were being treated at one point, is what Baba Rodney is telling us. However, on the whole, the process by which captives were obtained on African soil was not trade at all. It was through warfare, trickery, banditry, and kidnapping. When one tries to measure the effect of European, and that's where the whole thing, when they argue, when you're asking for reparations, apparently the legal argument is you were not seen as a human being. We're going back to where you got me from, where I was a human being. Stop with the whole US law, right? We're going to go back to where did you get me from? And how did you get me from there? And that's how we're going to base this crime on. So, however, on the whole, the process by which captives were obtained on African soil was not trade at all. It was through warfare, trickery, banditry, and kidnapping. When one tries to measure the effect of European slave trading on the African continent, it is essential to realize that one is measuring the effect of social violence rather than trade in any normal sense of the word. Many things remain uncertain about the slave trade and its consequences for Africa, but the general picture of destructiveness is clear, and that destructiveness can be shown to be the logical consequence of the manner of recruitment of captives in Africa. One of the uncertainties concerns the basic question of how many Africans were imported. This has long been an object of speculation, with estimates ranging from a few million to over 100 million. A recent study has suggested a figure of about 10 million Africans landed alive in the Americas, the Atlantic Islands, and Europe. Because it is a low figure, it is already being used by European scholars who are apologists for the capitalist system and its long record of brutality in Europe and abroad. In order to whitewash the European slave trade, they find it convenient to start by minimizing the numbers concerned, as if that corrects the wrong. That's my addition, sorry. The truth is that any figure of Africans imported into the Americas, which is narrowly based on the surviving records, is bound to be low, because there were so many people at the time who had a vested interest in smuggling slaves and withholding data. So you had slave traders who, and you know this, those of you who've read Lord Have Mercy, we read this, those of you who are in Dr. Carr's class, remind me in the chat, Kusholo's book, the book on Kusholo. Please remind me in the chat, the last slave trade ship. Remind me what the book is called. But we read how they were trying to not be, by then it's banned, right? And they're bringing them illegally. So you had white people who were transporting and trading in Africans illegally, and so those records are not are nowhere. So when you talk about the data of how many Africans are brought in these foreign lands, you don't have an accurate number because some people did not record that. Nevertheless, if the low figure of 10 million was accepted as a basis for evaluating the impact of slaving on Africa as a whole, the conclusions that could legitimately be drawn would confound those who attempt to make light of the experience of the rape of Africans from 1445 to 1870. On any basic figure of Africans landed alive in the Americas, one would have to make several extensions, starting with a calculation to cover mortality in transshipment, those who passed away on the ship. The Atlantic crossing, or Middle Passage, as it was called by European slavers, was notorious for the number of deaths in cards, averaging in the vicinity of 15 to 20%. There were also numerous deaths in Africa between time of capture and time of embarkation, especially, not to mention, by the way, the people who died while is it Clotilda, I think. But that's the ship. The book is what we're trying to remember, right? What the book is called. I don't have it here with me. Um, there were also numerous deaths in Africa between time of capture and time of embarkation, especially in cases where captives have had to travel hundreds of miles to the coast. Most important of all, given that warfare was the principal means of obtaining captives, exactly, it is necessary to make some estimate as to the number of people killed and injured so as to extract the millions who were taken alive and sound. And this book, when we do remember what it's called, does show us that picture. You saw that many people who were killed. Remember when the village is attacked and the old people are killed and the children, right? So you have those lives that were lost, and they should be counted when we talk about this data. The resultant figure would be many times the millions landed alive outside of Africa. And it is that figure which represents the number of Africans directly removed from the population and labor force of Africa because of the establishment of slave production by Europeans. Mhm. The massive loss to the African labor force was made more critical because it was composed of able bodied young men and young women. Barracoon. Thank you, Stanley Carter. Barracoon. The book is Barracoon by Zora Neale Hurston. And yes, they talk about the Clotilda ship, the last slave ship. So those of you who want to read, it will be secondhand, but Zora sits down with Bakusholo and speaks to him about his experience. He is taken from West Africa and brought to the United States, and he is still able bodied and very aware, and his memory is sound when he sits down with Zora Neale Hurston to talk about that experience. And he talks about what happened in his village, how his relatives, his friends, his community members were killed when they were attacked to be sold to the slave traders. The massive loss to the African labor force was made more critical because it was composed of able-bodied young men and young women. Slave buyers preferred their victims between the ages of 15 and 35, and preferably in the early 20s, the sex ratio between being about 2 men to 1 woman. Europeans often accepted younger African children, but rarely any older person. They shipped the most healthy wherever possible, taking the trouble to get those who had already survived an attack of smallpox and who were therefore immune from further attacks of that disease, which was then one of the world's great killer diseases. Absence of data about the size of Africa's population in the 15th century makes it difficult to carry out any scientific assessment of the result of the population of outflow. But nothing suggests that there was an increase in the continent's population over the centuries of slaving, although that was the trend in other parts of the world. Obviously, fewer babies were born than would otherwise have been the case if millions of childbearing ages were not eliminated. Besides, it is essential to recognize that the slave trade across the Atlantic Ocean was not the only connection which Europeans had with slaving in Africa. The slave trade on the Indian Ocean, which is what I was pointing out the last time we read, has been called the East African slave trade and the Arab slave trade for so long that it hides the extent to which it was also a European slave trade. When the slave trade from East Africa was at its height in the 18th century and in the early 19th century, the destination of most captives was the European owned plantation economies of Mauritius, Reunion, and Seychelles, as well as the Americas via the Cape of Good Hope. Besides, Africans laboring as slaves in certain Arab countries in the 18th and 19th centuries were all ultimately serving the European capitalist system, which set up a demand for slave grown products, such as the cloves grown in Zanzibar under the supervision of Arab masters. So, even on the ground, on the continent, they were being treated, they were enslaved, right? We have that happening not only in Zanzibar, but in Mombasa as well, in the coast of Kenya. No one has been able to come up with a figure representing total losses to the African population sustained through the extraction of slave labor from all areas to all destinations over the many centuries that slave trade existed. However, on every other continent, from the 15th century onwards, the population showed constant and sometimes spectacular natural increase. It is striking that the same did not apply to Africa. One European scholar gave the following estimates of world population in millions according to continents. In 1650, Africa had 100 million. Europe had 103 million. Asia had 257 million. In 1750, 10 years later, Africa had 100 million. Europe had 144 million. That has grown, right? Africa hasn't grown. Asia had 437 million. Population, that is. In 1850, we're 20 years ahead now, Africa still has 100 million. Europe has 274 million. That's an increase again. Asia has 656 million, another increase. In 1900, Africa has 120. So we start to build there, right? We have an extra 20 million. Europe has 423 million, another growth. Asia has 857 million. And for those of you who might think these are just numbers, population is a great a resource when it comes to developing a country, right? That's a labor force. And so the more people you have, the better chance you have of developing your economy. And this is the advantage that Europe and Asia have that Africa at that time does not have. When you talk about how we are underdeveloped, our labor force has been taken away. So how are we going to do the things that need to be done? None of the above figures is really precise, but they do indicate a consensus among researchers on population that the huge African continent has an abnormal record of stagnation in this respect. And there is no causative factor other than the trade in slaves to which attention can be drawn. An emphasis on population loss as such is highly relevant to the question of socio-economic development. Population growth played a major role in European development in providing labor, markets, and the pressures which led to further advance. Japanese population growth had similar positive effects, and in other parts of Asia, which remained pre-capitalist, the size of the population led to a much more intensive exploitation of the land than has ever been the case in what is still a sparsely peopled African continent. So long as the population density was low, then human beings viewed as units of labor were far more important than other factors of production, such as land. From one end of the continent to the other, it is easy to find examples showing that African people were conscious that population was in their circumstances the most important factor of production. Among the Bemba, for instance, numbers of subjects were held to be more important than land. Among the Shambala of Tanzania, the same feeling of Tanzania, I have to keep reminding myself to read that name as should be in Kiswahili. The same feeling was expressed as should be, the way it was not invented, constructed. Among the Shambhala of Tanzania, the same feeling was expressed in the saying, "A king is people." Among the Balanta of Guinea-Bissau, the family's strength is represented by the number of hands there are to cultivate the land. Certainly, many African rulers acquiesced in the European slave trade for what they considered to be reasons of self-interest. But on no scale of rationality could the outflow of population be measured as being anything but disastrous for African societies. African economic activity was affected both directly and indirectly by population loss. For instance, when the inhabitants of a given area were reduced below a certain number in an environment where the sisafly was present, the remaining few had to abandon the area. In effect, enslavement was causing these people to lose their battle to tame and harness nature, a battle which is at the basis of development. Violence almost meant insecurity. The opportunity presented by European slave dealers became the major, in brackets, though not the only, stimulus for a great deal of social violence between different African communities and within any given community. It took the form more of raiding and kidnapping than of regular warfare, and the fact increased the element of fear and uncertainty. Both openly and by implication, all the European powers in the 19th century indicated their awareness of the fact that the activities connected with producing captives were inconsistent with other economic pursuits. That was the time when Britain, in particular, wanted Africans to collect palm produce, and rubber to grow agricultural crops for export in place of slaves, and it was clear that slave raiding was violently conflicting with that objective in Western, Eastern, and Central Africa. Long before that date, Europeans accepted that fact when their self-interest was involved. So they are only appearing to be morally conflicted, and it's not morally, I'm doing it in quotes, when their monies are affected, right? And only when their self-interest is threatened. For example, in the 17th century, the Portuguese and Dutch actually discouraged slave trade on the Gold Coast, for they recognized that it would be incompatible with gold trade. However, by the end of that century, gold had been discovered in Brazil, and the importance of gold supplies from Africa was lessened. Within the total Atlantic pattern, African slaves became more important than gold, and Brazilian gold was offered for African captives at Uida, Dahomey, and Accra. At that point, slaving began undermining the Gold Coast economy and destroying the gold trade. Slave raiding and kidnapping made it unsafe to mine and to travel with gold, and raiding for captives proved more profitable than gold mining. One European on the scene noted that, open quote, as one fortunate marauding makes a native rich in a day, they therefore exert themselves rather in war, robbery, and plunder than in their old business of digging and collecting gold, end quote. The above changeover from gold mining to slave raiding took place within a period of a few years between 1700 and 1710, when the Gold Coast came to supply about 5,000 to 6,000 captives per year. By the end of the 18th century, a much smaller number of captives were exported from the Gold Coast, but the damage had already been done. It is worth noting that Europeans sought out different parts of West and Central Africa at different times to play the role of major suppliers of slaves to the Americas. This meant that virtually every section of the long western coastline between the Senegal and Kunene rivers had at least a few years' experience of intensive trade in slaves, with all its consequences. Besides, in the history of eastern Nigeria, the Congo, northern Angola, and Dahomey, there were periods extending over decades when exports remained at an average of many thousands per year. Most of those areas were also relatively highly developed within the African context. They were leading forces inside Africa, whose energies would otherwise have gone towards their own self improvement and the betterment of the continent as a whole. The change over to warlike activities and kidnapping must have affected all branches of economic activity, and agriculture in particular. Occasionally, in certain localities, food production was increased to provide supplies for slave ships. But the overall consequences of slaving on agricultural activities in Western, Eastern, and Central Africa were negative. Labor was drawn off from agriculture and conditions became unsettled. Dahomey, which in the 16th century was known for exporting food to parts of what is now Togo, was suffering from famines in the 19th century. The present generation of Africans will readily recall that in the colonial period, when able bodied men left their homes as migrant laborers, that upset the farming routine in the home districts and often caused famines. Slave trading. So the whole situation in Africa of farming is not just about dry land. It's not just about no rains. It's not just about Africans are lazy. It's about there were structures put in the system, this colonial system, that prevented Africans from growing their own foods, and therefore farming was ensued. Slave trading, after all, meant migration of labor in a manner 100 times more brutal and disruptive. To achieve economic development, one essential condition is to make the maximum use of the country's labor and natural resources. Usually, that demands peaceful conditions, but there have been times in history when social groups have grown stronger by raiding their neighbors for women, cattle, and goods because they then used the booty from the raids for the benefit of their own community. Slaving in Africa did not even have that redeeming value. Captives were shipped outside instead of being utilized within any given African community for creating wealth from nature. It was only as an accidental byproduct that in some areas Africans who recruited captives for Europeans realized that they were better off keeping some captives for themselves. In any case, slaving prevented the remaining population from effectively engaging in agriculture and industry, and it employed professional slave hunters and warriors to destroy rather than build. Quite apart from the moral aspect and the immense suffering that it caused, the European slave trade was economically totally irrational from the viewpoint of African development. So this is a sucking of Africa, a draining of Africa, and a building of the West. For certain purposes, it is necessary to be more specific and to speak of the trade in slaves, not in general continent-wide terms, but rather with reference to the varying impact on several regions. The relative intensity of slave raiding in different areas is fairly well known. Some South African peoples were enslaved by the Boers, and some North African Muslims by Christian Europeans, but those were minor episodes. The zones most notorious for human exports were, firstly, West Africa from Senegal to Angola along a belt extending about 200 miles inland, and secondly, the part of East Central Africa, which today covers Tanzania, Mozambique, Malawi, northern Zambia, and eastern Congo. Furthermore, within each of those broad areas, finer distinctions can be drawn. It might therefore appear that slave trade did not adversely affect the development of some parts of Africa, simply because exports were non-existent or at a low level. However, the contention that European slave trade was an underdeveloping factor for the continent as a whole must be upheld, because it does not follow that an African district which did not trade with Europe was entirely free from whatever influences were exacted by Europe. European trade goods percolated into the deepest interior, and, more significantly, the orientation of large areas of the continent towards human exports meant that other positive interactions were thereby ruled out. The above proposition may be more fully grasped by making some comparisons. In any given economy, the various components reflect the well being of others. Therefore, when there is depression in one sector, that depression invariably transfers itself to others to some extent. Similarly, when there is buoyancy in one sector, then others benefit. Turning to biological sciences, it will be found that students of ecology recognize that a single change, such as the disappearance of a snail species, could trigger off negative or positive reaction in spheres that superficially appear unconnected. Parts of Africa left free, in quotes, by export trends in captives must have been affected by the tremendous dislocation in ways that are not easy to comprehend because it is so much a question of what might have happened, right? He's talking about those who were left, those who we claim. I've heard this, unfortunately, from descendants of enslaved Africans in the Americas. They say that, oh, you continental Africans were free, you had it easy. But Walter Rodney is telling us that we cannot even comprehend what they went through. Having your family, having your friends, having your community taken from you, how does that affect you? And I believe Dr. DeGroy talks about this in her Lord have bad post-traumatic slave syndrome book, right? Hypothetical questions such as what might have happened if sometimes lead to absurd speculations. But it is entirely legitimate and very necessary to ask what might have happened if Barotsland, southern Zambia, that is, if there were not in Barotsland, southern Zambia, if there were not generalized slave trading across the whole belt of Central Africa, which lay immediately north of Barotsland. What would have happened in Buganda if the Katangese were concentrating on selling copper to the Baganda instead of captives to Europeans? During the colonial epoch, the British forced Africans to sing, here goes the song, Rule Britannia, Britannia rule the waves, Britons never, never, never shall be slaves. The British themselves started singing the tune in the early 18th century, at the height of using Africans as slaves. What would have been Britain's level of development had millions of them been put to work as slaves outside of their homelands over a period of 4 centuries? I would love to speculate on that. Furthermore, assuming that those wonderful fellows could never, never, never have been slaves, one could speculate further on the probable effects on their development had continental Europe been enslaved. Had that been the case, its nearest neighbors would have been removed from the ambit of fruitful trade with Britain. After all, trade between the British Isles and places like the Baltic and the Mediterranean is unanimously considered by scholars to have been the earliest stimulus to the English economy in the late feudal and early capitalist period, even before the era of overseas expansion. One tactic that is now being employed by certain European, including American, scholars is to say that the European slave trade was undoubtedly a moral evil, but it was economically good for Africa. You all have heard that. Here, attention will be drawn only very briefly to a few of those arguments to indicate how ridiculous they can be. One that receives much emphasis is that African rulers and other persons obtained European commodities in exchange for their captives, and this was how Africans gained wealth. This suggestion fails to take into account the fact that several European imports were competing with and strangling African products. It fails to take into account the fact that none of the long list of European articles were of the type which catered into the productive process, but were rather items to be rapidly consumed or stored away uselessly. And it incredibly overlooks the fact that the majority of the imports were of the worst quality, even as consumer goods. Cheap gin, cheap gunpowder, pots and kettles full of holes, beads, and other assorted rubbish. Following from the above, it is suggested that certain African kingdoms grew strong economically and politically as a consequence of the trade with Europeans. The greatest of the West African kingdoms, such as Oyo, Benin, Dahomey, and Asante, are cited as examples. Oyo and Benin were great long before making contact with Europeans. And while both Dahomey and Asante grew stronger during the period of the European slave trade, the roots of their achievements went back to much earlier years. Furthermore, and this is a major fallacy in the argument of the slave trade apologists, the fact that a given African state grew politically more powerful at the same time as it engaged in selling captives to Europeans is not automatically to be attributed to the credit of the state of the trade in slaves. A cholera epidemic may kill thousands in a country, and yet the population increases. The increase obviously came about in spite of and not because of the cholera. This simple logic escapes those who speak about the European slave trade benefiting Africa. The destructive tendency of slave trading can be clearly established. Wherever a state seemingly progressed in the epoch of slave trading, the conclusion is simply that it did so in spite of the adverse effects of a process that was more damaging than cholera. This is the picture that emerges from a detailed study of Dahomey. For instance, and in the final analysis, although Dahomey did its best to expand politically and militarily while still tied to slave trade, that form of economic activity seriously undermined its economic base and left it much worse off. A few of the arguments about the economic benefits of the European slave trade for Africa amount to nothing more than saying that exporting millions of captives was a way of avoiding starvation in Africa. To attempt to reply to that would be painful and time wasting. So, to all you Africans who encounter these idiots who make that argument, just walk away. I'll do my best to. Sometimes it's hard to. To attempt to reply to that would be painful and time wasting. But perhaps a slightly more subtle version of the same argument requires a reply. Namely, the argument that Africa gained because, in the process of slave trading, new food crops were acquired from the American continent, and these became staples in Africa. The crops in question are maize and cassava, which became staples in Africa late in the 19th century and in the present century. But the spread of food crops is one of the most common phenomena in human history. Most crops originated in only one of the continents, and then social contact caused their transfer to other parts of the world. Trading in slaves has no special bearing on whether crops spread. The simplest forms of trade would have achieved the same result. Today, the Italians have heard wheat foods like spaghetti and macaroni as their staple, while most Europeans use the potato. The Italians took the idea of the spaghetti-type foods from the Chinese noodle after Marco Polo returned from the travels there. While Chinese Europe adopted the potato from American Indians. Do you all not hear me? I see Mwata Garai's question. Just someone quickly let me know in the chat. Have you all been hearing me read? Hold on, let's figure this out. All right, so you can hear me. Okay, all right, good. All right, good. That would have been something, right? All this reading and you all cannot hear me? Mwata Garai, we started at 8 a.m. today, Eastern Standard Time. Where was I? The Chinese noodle, right? The fact that the pasta is not Italian originally. The Italians took the idea of the spaghetti type foods from the Chinese noodle after Marco Polo returned from travels there, while Europe adopted the potato from American Indians. In neither case were Europeans enslaved before they could receive a benefit that was the logical heritage of all mankind. But Africans are to be told that the European slave trade developed as developed us by bringing us maize and cassava. Or trying Muatagarai, try coming out and getting back in. All of the above points are taken from books and articles published recently as the fruit of research in major British and American universities. They are probably not the commonest views even among European bourgeois scholars, but they are representative of a growing trend that seems likely to become the new accepted orthodoxy in metropolitan capitalist countries. And this significantly coincides with Europe's struggle against the further decolonization of Africa economically and mentally. I'm going to say this here real quick. The more we allow these stories to continue, the more we erase our history, right? The more we allow their versions of what happened to continue and to stand, the more we erase us. So sometimes it's okay to walk away, but especially if it's in a book, for those of us who write, please write a review and counter whatever it is that is being said in that book, and put the correct the accurate records there, or break down that argument and show how it's not possible. Because the more we allow Europeans to have this apologist and oh, we were there to civilize you, we helped you so much version of the story, the less we have a chance to argue for reparations or for liberation, right? And it looks like they did something good for us. And for the Africans who are being born, they don't have that the will to fight for liberation, because according to them, oh, which is the problem we have now. This is literally the problem we have now in Africa, where you have an African telling you, oh, but Africa is so much better because of Europe, because we allowed this narrative to go on. We did not counter it. So we now must correct that wrong. We cannot allow these narratives to continue. And I like that Baba Rodney is mentioning that, and he's doing just that. It is for that reason that writing of the type which justifies the trade in slaves has to be exposed as racist bourgeois. He's saying just that. I should have let him speak, actually. In one sense, it is preferable to ignore such rubbish and isolate our youth from its insults. But unfortunately, one of the aspects of current African underdevelopment is that the capitalist publishers and bourgeois scholars dominate the scene and help mold opinions the world over, including Africa. It is for that reason that writing of the type which justifies the trade in slaves has to be exposed as racist bourgeois propaganda, having no connection with reality or logic. We must counter that, Baba Rodney is telling us. It is a question not merely of history, but of present-day liberation struggle in Africa. He is saying just exactly what I just said. Yes, it might be history being gotten right, but also for us to have the fire that is required for our liberation, we cannot allow that to continue. That narrative that we are better off. Because if many Africans believe that we're better off because of European invasion in Africa, and they don't even call it invasion when they talk about we're better off, they're not going to see the need to fight for liberation. And we need to be united. And we need the masses for us to win this fight for liberation. Technical stagnation and distortion of the African economy in the pre-colonial epoch. Just bear with me. I'm just trying to see how long this chapter is and how we're going to do it. I believe this is one of the longest chapters. All right, we're going to read this portion and then we'll stop at the next one, take a break and come back. And we'll see how we do. That's how much we have left. Technical stagnation and distortion of the African economy in the pre-colonial epoch. It has already been indicated that in the 15th century, European technology was not totally superior to that of other parts of the world. There were certain specific features which were highly advantageous to Europe, such as shipping and, to a lesser extent, guns. Europeans trading to Africa had to make use of Asian and African consumer goods, showing that their system of production was not absolutely superior. It is particularly striking that in the early centuries of trade, Europeans relied heavily on Indian cloth for resale in Africa, and they also purchased cloths in several parts of the West African coast for resale elsewhere. Morocco, Mauritania, Senegambia, Ivory Coast, Benin, Yorubaland, and Loango were all exporters to other parts of Africa through European middlemen. Yet, by the time that Africa entered the colonial era, it was concentrating almost entirely on the export of raw cotton and the import of manufactured cotton cloth. So they literally destroy our textile industry in that period. This remarkable reversal is tied to technological advance in Europe and to stagnation of technology in Africa, owing to the very trade with Europe. Cloth manufacture in the world went through a stage of handlooms and small-scale craft production. Up to the 16th century, that was the general pattern in Africa, Asia, and Europe, with Asian cloth makers being the most skilled in the world. India is the classic example where the British used every means at their disposal to kill the cloth industry, so that British cloth could be marketed everywhere, including inside India itself. I'm going to quickly mention something here as we talk about the intentionality of these oppressors, these imperialists, to destroy the markets and the industry in Africa so that they can build theirs, right? We have something again. I mentioned it last week and I'm mentioning it again today because I want this to be destroyed, to be terminated. The practice of selling mtumba in Kenya. And I believe if it's being sold in Kenya, it's being sold elsewhere in that area, region. Mtumba is the sale of second-hand goods and especially clothing to Africans. This is very big in East Africa. A lot of Kenyans are wearing mtumba. Why? Because it's affordable. But mtumba generates huge profits for the US, especially. Huge profits for the West. Huge. So huge that at one point when Kenya was thinking of stopping the sale of mtumba because their textile industry was being destroyed, it's now destroyed, so that they could rebuild it, the US threatened sanctions. So this is something that we as Kenyans, and I was talking to my family when I was there and friends, that we as Kenyans must look into. But also those of us who decide to start rebuilding the textile industry, so that we give our brothers and sisters an alternative that is affordable, we must figure out how to do it so that we can sell the end product at affordable prices, so that those who find mtumba cheaper can have a good, a well-priced alternative that is supporting the textile industry in Africa. So the responsibility is not only on them stopping the purchasing of mtumba so that we destroy that industry and that practice, but the responsibility and the duty is also on those of us. I'm saying us because I'm one of the people, at least I want to participate actively in rebuilding the textile industry in Africa, in Kenya, in East Africa. When we decide to do that, and I'm saying this because I've seen now in the market, every time I click on a link that is an African textile selling African clothing, it's $100 plus. No African is going to afford that. Even in the US, Africans in the US who are struggling to make ends meet cannot afford that. So you're telling me I'm going to buy a dress for $100 and I have to still pay for my bills and stuff, and that's just one dress? So for those of us who get in this industry, for those of us who get in the business of reviving the textile industry in Africa and many other industries, let us figure out a way of doing it where the end product is affordable to a majority of Africans and accessible. In Africa, the situation was not so clear-cut, nor did it require so much conscious effort by Europeans to destroy African cloth manufacture. But the trend was the same. Europe benefited technologically from its external trade contacts, while Africa either failed to benefit or actually lost. Vital interventions and innovations appeared in England in the late 18th century after profits from external trade had been reinvested. So they used the money they took from us. And how are they taking the money from us? Not directly, right? The resources that they're getting from us, that they're generating an income, right? They used that. No, Mtumba is so in Kiswahili and Sheng, because Mtumba is Sheng, as written is how you pronounce it. That's Mtumba. Um, they use the revenue generated from this practice, right? The slave trade, the trade, whatever it is that they're doing in all that mix, they use that to build and industrialize Europe, which is why we argue, and which is why a lot of Black people, African people say that we built the United States, we built Europe, we built France, we literally built France, because they used the revenue generated from that practice of trading in Africans and going into Africa and colonizing Africa to build their economies. Indeed, the new machinery represented the investment of primary capital accumulated from trading and from slavery. African and Indian trade strengthened British industry, which in turn crushed whatever industry existed in what is now called the underdeveloped countries. African demand for cloth was increasing rapidly in the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries, so that there was a market for all cloth produced locally, as well as room for imports from Europe and Asia. But directed by an acquisitive capitalist class, European industry increased its capacity to produce on a large scale by harnessing the energy of wind, water, and coal. European cloth industry was able to copy fashionable Indian and African patterns and eventually to replace them, partly by establishing a stranglehold on the distribution of cloth around the shores of Africa, and partly by swamping African products by importing cloth in bulk. European traders eventually succeeded in putting an end to the expansion of African cloth manufacture. So for those Africans today who believe that what the clothing that comes from the US is superior to what we have in Kenya or wherever else in Africa, Tanzania, Nigeria, and all that, they stole our skills. They stole the way we did cloth manufacturing, and they used it. And they used it to develop theirs and to destroy ours. There are many varied social factors which combine to determine when a society makes a breakthrough from small scale craft technology to equipment designed to harness nature so that labor becomes more effective. One of the major factors is the existence of a demand for more products than can be made by hand, so that technology is asked to respond to a definite social need, such as that for cloth. When European cloth became dominant on the African market, it meant that African producers were cut off from the increasing demand. The craft producers either abandoned their tasks in the face of cheap available European cloth, or they continued on the small hand-worked instruments to create styles and pieces for localized markets. Therefore, there was what can be called technological arrest or stagnation, and in some instances, actual regression, since people forgot even the simple techniques of their forefathers. Not only did they forget, but also were not teaching each other, because now they are seeing this as a useless. It's like you sit and think, why am I teaching anyone if this is dying anyway, right? The abandonment of traditional iron smelting in most parts of Africa is probably the most important instance of technological regression. Development means a capacity for self-sustaining growth. It means that an economy must register advances, which in turn will promote further progress. The loss of industry and skill in Africa was extremely small if we measure it from the viewpoint of modern scientific achievements, or even by standards of England in the late 18th century. However, so if you look at it from the Western point of view, the loss of industry and skill in Africa will look small if you look at it from their perspective. However, it must be borne in mind that to be held back at one stage means that it is impossible to go on to a further stage. When a person was forced to leave school after only 2 years of primary school education, it is no reflection on him that he is academically and intellectually less developed than someone who had the opportunity to be schooled right through to university level. And like I said before, those of us who made it right through to university level should not look down upon those who did not go past that second year of primary school, because it's not their doing. What Africa experienced in the early centuries of trade was precisely a loss of development opportunity. And this is of the greatest importance. One of the features associated with technological advance is a spirit of scientific inquiry closely related to the process of production. This leads to inventiveness and innovation. During the period of capitalist development in Europe, this was very much the case, and historians lay great emphasis on the spirit of inventiveness of the English in the 18th century. Socialist societies do not leave inventions merely to chance or good luck. They actively cultivate tendencies for innovation. For instance, in the German Democratic Republic, the youth established a Young Innovators Fair in 1958, calling upon the intellectual creativity of socialist youth, so that within 10 years, over 2,000 new inventions were presented at that fair. The connection between Africa and Europe from the 15th century onwards served to block this spirit of technological innovation, both directly and indirectly. You can imagine if you're being told that you're inferior and you cannot create, how are you going to decide to have a youth innovators fair so that you can create when you start believing it, that you're inferior, right? The connection between Africa and Europe from the 15th century onwards served to block this spirit of technological innovation, both directly and indirectly. The European slave trade was a direct block, removing millions of youth and young adults who are the human agents from whom inventiveness springs. Those who remained in areas badly hit by slave capturing were preoccupied about their freedom rather than with improvements in production. I'll mention here, we have descendants of enslaved Africans who come who are in the US, and you've all had inventing things, right? We talk about black inventions in the US. Now imagine if they were in Africa, right? They they had that skill of inventing. So that in business of inventing would have been happening back in Africa, but they've been taken out of Africa and now they're doing it in this new foreign land, benefiting that land. Those who remained in the areas badly hit by slave capturing were preoccupied about their freedom rather than with improvements of production. Besides, even the busiest African in West, Central, or East Africa was concerned more with trade than with production because of the nature of the contacts with Europe, and that situation was not conducive to the introduction of technological advances. The most dynamic groups over a great area of Africa became associated with foreign trade, notably the Afro-Portuguese middlemen of Upper Guinea, the Akan market women, the Aro traders of Mozambique, and the Swahili and Wanyamwezi of East Africa. The trade which they carried on was in export items like captives and ivory, which did not require the invention of machinery. Apart from that, they were agents of distributing European imports. When Britain was the world's leading economic power, it used to be referred to as a nation of shopkeepers, but most of the goods in their shops were produced by themselves. And it was while grappling with the problems posed by production that their engineers came up with so many inventions. In Africa, the trading groups could make no contribution to technological improvement because their role and preoccupation took their minds and energies away from production. Apart from inventiveness, we must also consider the borrowing of technology. When a society, for whatever reasons, finds itself technologically trailing behind others, it catches up not so much by independent invention, but by borrowing. Indeed, very few of man's major scientific discoveries have been separately discovered in different places by different people. Once a principle or a tool is known, it spreads or diffuses to other peoples. Why then did European technology fail to make its way into Africa during the many centuries of contact between the two continents? The basic reason is that the very nature of Afro-European trade was highly unfavorable to the movement of positive ideas and techniques from the European capitalist system to the African pre-capitalist, communal, feudal, and pre-feudal system of production. The only non-European society that borrowed effectively from Europe and became capitalist is that of Japan. Japan was already a highly developed feudal society progressing towards its own capitalist forms in the 19th century. Its people were neither enslaved nor colonized by Europe, and its foreign trade relations were quite advantageous. For instance, Japanese textile manufacturers had the stimulus of their own growing internal market, and some abroad in Asia and Europe. Under those circumstances, the young Japanese capitalist class, including many former feudalist landowners, borrowed technology from Europe and successfully domesticated it before the end of the 19th century. The use of this example from outside Africa is meant to emphasize that for Africa to have received European technology, the demand would have had to come from inside Africa, and most probably from a class or group who saw profit in the new technology. There had to be both willingness on the part of Europeans to transfer technology and African socio-economic structures capable of making use of that technology and internalizing it. And this is reminding me of a video I recently watched on the YouTube channel Mau Mau Chronicles. I'm going to share it when we have our break, where, oh God, why am I forgetting Professor's name? Masharia, I believe, Professor Masharia of USIU, United States University, United States, whatever. It's a university, United States University in Kenya, in Nairobi. And he works there as a professor of history. But he talks about this in Kenya particularly, where even Kenyans could not go when they needed to complain to the Europeans, to the British, to complain about their land being taken or something happening, or if they had issues going on, because the Europeans did not see them. They had no right to the land anyway. So you can imagine that Kenyan going to the European to say, hey, we want to start building this. Could we borrow this from Europe? So the will from the Europeans to lend technology to Africans was not there. Number one reason. But also the ability for the Africans to get it or to even think about that, because they're busy thinking about how we're going to fight for our land back, was not there as well. The Japanese had the luxury of not being colonized and therefore not being busy worrying about how to free themselves. And so they had the luxury to think big. Hunting for elephants or captives did not usually induce in Africa a demand for any technology other than firearms. The lines of economic activity attached to foreign trade were either destructive, as slavery was, or at best purely extractive, like ivory hunting and cutting camwood trees. And this always angers me, or at least irritates me, when I read about the ivory hunting, right? Now the West is big on saving the elephants, but they're the ones who introduced that practice. They're literally the ones who introduced it. Therefore, there was no reason for wanting to call upon European skills. The African economies would have had little room for such skills unless negative types of exports were completely stopped. A remarkable fact that is seldom brought to light is that several African rulers in different parts of the continent saw the situation clearly and sought European technology for internal development, which was meant to replace the trade in slaves. I'm going to repeat that line one more time. A remarkable fact that is seldom brought to light, meaning it's rarely brought to light, it's rarely talked about, is that several African rulers in different parts of the continent saw the situation clearly and sought European technology for internal development, which was meant to replace the trade in slaves. Europeans deliberately deliberately ignored those African requests that Europe should place certain skills and techniques at their disposal. This was an element in the Congo situation of the early 16th century, which has already been mentioned. It happened in Ethiopia also, though in Ethiopia, no trade in captives was established with Europeans. A Portuguese embassy reached the court in 1520. Having examined Portuguese swords, muskets, clothes, books, and other objects, the Emperor Lebna Dengel felt the need to introduce European technical knowledge into Ethiopia. Correspondence exists between the emperor and European rulers, such as Kings Manuel I or the First, and John III of Portugal, and Pope Leo X. Hold on, those Catholics who are listening. Yeah, the Pope is in the business of talking about slaves and enslavement of Africans and and all that criminal business. The Pope is right there with his Christian gown sitting there doing this business, in which requests were made for European assistance to Ethiopian industry. Let's see what the Pope does. I wonder if he goes by the Bible and follows Christ's way and is generous. Until late in the 19th century, Ethiopian petitions to that effect were being repeated with little or no success. The Pope is not generous. In the first half of the 18th century, there were two further examples of African rulers appreciating European technology and slating their preference for skills and not slave ships. When Agaja Trudeau of Dahomey, Lord have mercy. When Agaja Trudeau of Dahomey sought to stop the trade in captives, he made an appeal to European craftsmen, and he sent an ambassador to London for that purpose. One European who stayed at the court of Dahomey in the late 1720s told his countrymen that, open quote, if any tailor, carpenter, smith, or any other sort of white man that is free be willing to come here, he will find very good encouragement, end quote. The Asanteni Opoku Ware, 1720 to 1750, also asked Europeans to set up factories and distilleries in Asante, but he got no response. Bearing in mind the history of Japan, it should be noted that the first requests for technical assistance came from the Ethiopian and Congo empires, which in the 16th century were at a level undoubtedly comparable to that of most Ethiopian feudal states, with the important exception that they had not produced the seeds of capitalism. During the 18th century, the great African states of Dahomey and Asante became prominent. They had passed out of the communal stage and had a somewhat feudal class stratification, along with specialization in many activities such as the working of gold, iron, and cloth. Asante society under Opoku Ware had already shown a capacity for seeking out innovations by going through the trouble of taking imported silk and unraveling it so as to combine the silk threads with cotton to make the famous kente cloth. Listen, if you're an African who wants to believe that apparently our progress has been brought by the white man, you go ahead and do that. That's your prerogative. But don't come talking to me because I'm not hanging out with you. And I don't have Grace next to me to give her to you. We are in a time where this information is available to us. Yes, some Africans have not heard this, but if you're an African who's hearing this and choose to continue propagating that false narrative that the Europeans helped us, that they civilized us, yeah, I'm gonna be quiet because as being raised well, if you have nothing good to say, just be quiet. So Nduku will be quiet on that. But these Africans in the Asante community take silk, they break silk down, they mix it up with the cotton that they're producing, they make kente cloth. And you all know how good kente cloth is. In other words, there would have been no difficulty in such African societies mastering European technical skills and bridging the rather narrow gap which existed between them and Europe at that time. If they really did civilize us, why did they not share these technologies when they were asked for them? They did with Japan, which is why Japan is a great economy. So all these countries that are calling themselves great economies, they're only so because they were selfish, exploitative, greedy, and criminals. If Africa wanted, Africa had the skills, not if, Africa wanted, Africa had the skills to build technology. They reached out to European countries that had it, that had built that technology from the wealth they gained from Africa. And the Europeans said no, including the Pope. In other words, there would have been no difficulty in such African societies mastering European technical skills and bridging the rather narrow gap which existed between them and Europe at that time. Well into the 19th century, Europe displayed the same indifference to requests for practical assistance from Africa. Although by that period, both African rulers and European capitalists were talking about replacing slave trade. In the early 19th century, one king of Calabar in eastern Nigeria wrote the British asking for a sugar refinery, while around 1804, King Abandozan of Dahomey was bold enough to ask for a firearms factory. Listen, by that date, many parts of West Africa were going to war with European firearms and gunpowder. There grew up a saying in Dahomey that he who makes the powder wins the war. Like, they knew it. And what happens between then and now is the spirit is killed. And we've allowed the spirit to be killed, but we've awakened, and we must awaken that spirit, which was a far-sighted recognition that Africans. Hold on, sorry. How do we awaken that spirit? Those of us who've been here, we've learned skills, right? We don't even need to ask them anymore because they invited us in their spaces and we learned how things are done. We learned how things are made. There are a lot of Africans working in factories who have learned. I'm reaching out to these Africans. Can you join this and that group to teach other Africans, to teach the youth how to do what you do? If you're working in a tannery, can you teach others how to produce this leather? If you're working in a car industry, can you have a class where you show us how to put together a car? Like, just Africans, it's time we start sharing the skills so that we can industrialize, so that we can build our economies. Of course, Europeans were also fully aware that their arms technology was decisive, and there was not the slightest chance that they would have agreed. Hold on, sorry, I skipped a whole area. There grew up a saying in Dahomey that he who makes the powder wins the war, which was a far-sighted recognition that Africans were bound to fall before the superiority of Europeans in the field of arms technology. Of course, Europeans were also fully aware that their arms technology was decisive, and there was not the slightest chance that they would have agreed to teach Africans to make firearms and ammunition. The circumstances of African trade with Europe were unfavorable to creating a consistent African demand for technology relevant to development. And when that demand was raised, it was ignored or rejected by the capitalists. After all, it would not have been in the interests of capitalism to develop Africa. In more recent times, Western capitalists had refused to build the Volta River Dam for Ghana under Kwame Nkrumah until they realized that the, oh Lord, Czechoslovakians would do the job. They refused to build the Aswan Dam for Egypt, and the Soviet Union had to come to the rescue. And in a similar situation, they placed obstacles in the way of the building of a railway from Tanzania to Zambia. And it was the socialist state of China that stepped in to express solidarity with African peasants and workers in a practical way. So Nduku has no empathy for the United States or any understanding for the United States when they try to tell me that China is an enemy and they're taking over Africa. Because what I'm going to say to the United States is, Africa came to you for help and you said no. The British as well. I have no empathy for you. I'm not going to be sitting in a room anymore saying, oh, yeah, let's do something about China. I'm going to call you out and say, Africans came to you, you had a chance to help. You did not. Serves you right that you're in the position you are in. So this story about the Volta River Dam, I wanted to stop there. In Ghana, with Kwame Nkrumah. It's not just the Western capitalists, it's the United States. I wanted to point that one out. And when you read about that and you see the exchanges in the White House in the United States between the private sector and the government, because it was a private company. God, anyone who remembers what company that was that had the contract with Ghana to build the dam, please put in the chat. We've talked about it in our show on Kwame Nkrumah. But that company was sitting with the president of the United States and the government of the United States, and they strategically said, let's not do this so that we can put pressure on Kwame Nkrumah. Let's not do this so that we can get him off the presidency. Let's take away, y'all. Placing the whole question in historical perspective allows us to see that capitalism has always discouraged technological evolution in Africa. And they still are doing it through the IMF, the World Bank, through all other systems that they're doing it. They want to give aid, but they don't want to give aid. They don't want to aid us to build technology. They don't want to aid us to build our agriculture. They don't want to aid us to build our textile industries, but they want to give aid to keep us dependent on their industries. Placing the whole question in historical perspective allows us to see that capitalism has always discouraged technological evolution in Africa and blocks Africa's access to its own technology. As will be seen in a subsequent section, capitalism introduced into Africa only such limited aspects of its material culture as were essential to more efficient exploitation. But the general tendency has been for capitalism to underdevelop Africa in technology. As will be seen, we're going to sit with that for a second. As will be seen in a subsequent section, capitalism introduced into Africa only such limited aspects of its material culture as were essential to more efficient exploitation. The European slave trade and overseas trade in general had what are known as multiplier effects on Europe's development in a very positive sense. This means that the benefits of foreign contacts extended to many areas of European life not directly connected with foreign trade, and the whole society was better equipped for its own internal development. The opposite was true of Africa, not only in the crucial sphere of technology, but also with regard to the size and purpose of each economy in Africa. Under the normal processes of evolution, an economy grows steadily larger so that after a while, two neighboring economics merge into one. That was precisely how national economies were created in the slates of Western Europe, through the gradual combination of what were once separate provincial economies. Trade with Africa actually helped Europe to weld together more closely the different national economies, but in Africa, there was disruption and disintegration at the local level. At the same time, each local economy ceased to be directed exclusively or even primarily towards the satisfaction of the wants of its inhabitants. And whether or not the particular Africans recognized it, their economic efforts served external interests and made them dependent on those external forces based in Western Europe. In this way, the African economy, taken as a whole, was diverted away from its previous line of development and became distorted. It has now become common knowledge that one of the principal reasons why genuine industrialization cannot easily be realized in Africa today is that the market for manufactured goods in any single African country is too small. Not too small because of the... Let me let Baba Rodney speak. Hold on. He might say... It has now become common knowledge that one of the principal reasons why genuine industrialization cannot easily be realized in Africa today is that the market for manufactured goods in any single African country is too small, and there is no integration of the markets across large areas of Africa. The kind of relationship which Africa has had with Europe from the very beginning has worked in a direction opposite to integration of local economies. Certain interterritorial links established on the continent were broken down after the 15th century because of European trade. Several examples arose on the West African coast down to Angola, because in those parts European trade was most voluminous and the surviving written record is also more extensive. So that's one factor. But also, the African takes on this mindset that European products are of higher quality than their own African products. And therefore, they themselves stop purchasing, which therefore results in that small market. When the Portuguese arrived in the region of modern Ghana in the 1470s, they had few commodities to offer the inhabitants in exchange for the gold coveted by Europe. However, they were able to transship from Benin in Nigeria supplies of cotton cloths, beads, and female slaves, which were saleable on the Gold Coast. So they literally come into Africa to get the items of exchange that they're going to use to do trade in Africa. The Portuguese were responding, and when you all think about it, Portugal at that time was not, had no, their economy was pathetic. They had no economy. So they're building their economy by taking what's in Africa to sell to Africans to get what is in Africa, if that made sense to any of you. The Portuguese were responding to a given demand on the Gold Coast, so that a previous trade must have been existence between the people of Benin and those of the Gold Coast, particularly the Akan. The Akan were gold producers, and the people of Benin were specialist craftsmen who had a surplus of cloth and beads which they manufactured themselves. When we talk about having a united Africa and opening up the trade routes in Africa, it was done before. We can go back to it. As an expansionist state with a large army, Benin also had access to prisoners of war, while the Akan seemed concerned with building their own population and labor force, so the latter acquired female captives from Benin and rapidly integrated them as wives. Where the Portuguese intervened in this exchange, it was subordinated to the interests of European trade. As soon as Portugal and other European nations had sufficient goods so as not to be dependent on the re-export of certain commodities from Benin, then all that remained were the links between the Gold Coast and Europe on the one hand, and between Benin and Europe on the other hand. So they break that trade within Africa, and now Africa turns and is doing trade with Europe. Probably, Benin products had reached the Gold Coast by way of the creeks behind the coast of what is now Dahomey and Togo. Therefore, it would have been more convenient when Europeans established a direct link across the open sea. As pointed out earlier, the superiority of Europeans at sea was of the greatest strategic value, along with their organizational ability. This was illustrated in several places, beginning with the Maghreb and Mauritania. After the Portuguese took control of the Atlantic coast of northwest Africa, they were able to secure horses, woolen goods, and beads, which they shipped further south to West Africa for gold and slaves. Up to the early 16th century, the most important article brought by the Portuguese for trade in Senegambia was the horse. In exchange for one horse, they received as many as 15 captives. North African woolens and beads were also utilized by the Portuguese in buying gold on the River Gambia and as far south as Sierra Leone. It needs to be recalled that the Western Sudan had links with the West African coast and with North Africa. Long before the European arrival, horses were moving from North Africa to be interbred with local West African stock. Long before the European arrival, the Arabs and Mauritanians traveled to the river Senegal and further south to meet the Bandinga Jola traders and hand over to them products such as beads made in Quetta and cloth spun from the wool of North African sheep. With the advantage of rapidity of transport by sea as opposed to overland across the desert, the Portuguese were in effect breaking up the economic integration of the region. So they destroyed that internal trade amongst Africans. As with the Benin Akan example, the point to note is that after the Portuguese became middlemen, they had the opportunity of developing a new trade pattern by which, both Northwest Africa and West Africa looked to Europe and forgot about each other. A similar situation came into existence on the Upper Guinea coast, and this time the European exploitation was aided by the presence of white settlers in the Cape Verde Islands. The Portuguese and the Cape Verde settlers broke into the pattern of local Upper Guinea trade as early as the 1470s. They intervened in transfers of raw cotton and indigo dye from one African community to another, and the Cape Verdean settlers established a flourishing cotton growing and cotton manufacturing industry. They used labor and techniques from the mainland and exported the finished product along the length of the coast down to Accra. The Portuguese also took over the trade in cowries in the Congo and its offshore islands. The trade in salt along the... hold on, I just remembered something. I'm sorry. So recently, during one of our Kiswahili classes, our brother from Tanzania, one of the African brothers who's helping us with the lessons, the Kiswahili lessons, told us of a coffee, we call it company, in Tanzania. It's owned by white people. They have gone to Tanzania, they've bought land, they're growing coffee, manufacturing it, grinding it, roasting it, packaging it as if it's not from Africa, and selling it. Why am I mentioning this? The only time that Europeans want to have industrialization happen in Africa is when they own it, when they're profiting from it. What do we Africans do in that case? For the Tanzanians, Watanzania ambao mko Tanzania, for the Tanzanians in Tanzania, it is for you to not purchase coffee from that place. It is for you to get on social media and let us know what that coffee is called so that we don't purchase it wherever it may go. It is for you to put out the alert on these white people who are coming to Africa to build industry in Africa. And by the way, it would be okay for me to say, okay, there are white people in Africa building a coffee industry. They're treating Africans well. They're paying them fairly, but they're not. It's a sweatshop, essentially. They're not paying them well. So it is for you, it is our responsibility, first of all, for you on the ground to let us know what that company is and for us to run them out of business. They intervened in transfer of raw cotton and indigo dye. I'll go back to that. A similar situation came into existence on the Upper Guinea coast, and this time the European exploitation was aided by the presence of white settlers in the Cape Verde Islands. The Portuguese, again, and this time, which is why I told the Tanzania story, the European exploitation was aided by the presence of white settlers. I'm sorry, white folk. Seriously. Just stop it. You want to get into business, support a black person to start that business in Africa. The Portuguese and the Cape Verde settlers broke into the pattern of local Upper Guinea trade as early as the 1470s. They intervened in transfers of raw cotton and indigo dye from one African community to another. And the Cape Verdean settlers established a flourishing cotton growing and cotton manufacturing industry. They used labor and techniques from the mainland and exported the finished products along the length of the coast down to Accra. The Portuguese also took over the trade in cowries in the Congo and its offshore islands, the trade in salt along the Angolan coast, and the trade in high-quality palm cloth between northern and southern Angola. In some instances, they achieved dominance not just because of their ships and commerce skills, but also by their use of force, provided they were operating on the coast and could bring their cannon into use. You all have seen those cannons, the Kenyans and others who've traveled to Fort Jesus. You have the Portuguese cannons right there. And then you have the British right next to them because the British come and take over. In East Africa, for instance, the Portuguese used violence to capture trade from the Arabs and Swahili. Waswahili. The disruption of African commerce between the Ivory Coast and the Gold Coast followed that pattern. A strong coastal canoe trade existed between these two regions, with the people of Cape Lahau, modern Ivory Coast, sailing past Cape Three Points to sell their cloth as far east as Accra. The Portuguese set up a fort at Axim near Cape Three Points to serve gold trade with the hinterland, and one of its functions was to chop the cast west coastal African trade. They banned Axim residents from going to Cape Lahau, and they stopped canoes from Ivory Coast from traveling east beyond Axim. So even when we attempted to do trade, even when we attempted to build our economies, they stopped us. Who's doing that work of the Portuguese today? The IMF, the World Bank, the World Trade Organization, the United Nations, and all the other private entities immersed in with their tentacles inside there. The purpose was obviously to make both areas separate economic entities exclusively tied to Europe. We must awaken, Africans. We really must awaken. I hope this awakens you. Seriously. Baba Rodney is painting the path for us to see what happened. Can you please pay attention and awaken? The above mentioned African commerce proved to have deep roots. The Dutch found it still going on when they took over Axim in 1637. The servants of the Dutch West India Company, which was operated on the Gold Coast, wanted to put a complete stop to the African trade, and when that was not achieved, they tried to force the people of the Ivory Coast to buy a certain amount of Dutch goods. That's happening today. The United States, the UK, they're forcing African countries to buy a certain amount of their goods. That's called the Free Trade, what's it called? Act? Free trade. Like, that's part of what it is. The Dutch ruled that each Axim canoe man going to Cape Lahau should carry Dutch goods worth at least 4 ounces of gold. The purpose was to convert a purely inter-African exchange into a European-African trade. We must reverse that. What was doubly detrimental to African attempts to integrate their own economies was the fact that when Europeans became middlemen in local trade networks, they did so mainly to facilitate the extraction of captives and thereby subordinated the whole economy to the European slave trade. In Upper Guinea and the Cape Verde Islands, the Portuguese and their mulatto descendants engaged in a large variety of exchanges involving cotton, dyes, cola nuts, and European products. The purpose of it all was to fill the holds of slave ships. In Congo and Angola, the same picture emerges. The salt, cowrie shells, and paint cloth that came in Portuguese hands made up for their shortage of trade goods and served to purchase captives on different parts of the coast and deep in the interior. There's a lot of background noise. Can you tell me if that is interfering with you hearing the reading? Someone please in the chat let me know. If it is, we'll take a quick pause. If it's not, I'm going to finish this section and then we'll take a quick pause. Just quickly let me know if the noise in the background, you're all hearing it or it's just me. That's a good book by Chancellor Williams, Edithon. Thank you for sharing that. You can hear it? Okay. You can hear the reading. Good, thank you. In Upper Guinea, how about now? All right, I'll continue reading. In Upper Guinea, the Cape Verde Islands, the Portuguese and their mulatto descendants engaged in a large variety of exchanges involving cotton, dyes, cola nuts, and European products. The purpose of it all was to fill the holds of slave ships. In Congo and Angola, the same picture emerges. The salt, cowrie shells, and paint cloth that came in Portuguese hands made up for their shortage of trade goods and served to purchase captives on different parts of the coast and deep in the interior. The element of subordination and dependence is crucial to an understanding of African underdevelopment today, and its roots lie far back in the era of international trade. It is also worth noting that there is a type of false or pseudo integration, which is a camouflage for dependence. In contemporary times, it takes the form of free trade areas in the formerly colonized sections of the world. So, there, he mentions exactly what I was telling you. I'm going to read that one more time. The element of subordination and dependence is crucial to an understanding of African underdevelopment today, and its roots lie. All right, hold on. You all have to tell me if you hear that noise. All right, I'll repeat that. The element of subordination and dependence is crucial to an understanding of African underdevelopment today, and its roots lie far back in the era of international trade. It is also worth noting that there is a type of false or pseudo integration, which is a camouflage for dependence. So when they're talking to you about we're partnering with you, Baba Rodney is cautioning us against it. Okay, good. Thank you, Lisa. Baba Rodney is cautioning us against it because it looks good outwardly, but it's doing a lot of damage when you look deeper into it. In contemporary times, it takes the form of free trade areas in the formerly colonized sections of the world. This is exactly what I was talking about. This idea of free trade in Africa, right? That's what ends up resulting in Kenya Airways, a Kenyan owned airline, now belonging, a huge percentage of its shares belonging to KLM, literally being owned by KLM today because of free trade. Those free trade areas are made to order from the penetration of multinational corporations. From the 15th century onwards, pseudo integration appeared in the form of the interlocking of African economies over long distances from the coast so as to allow the passage of human captives and ivory from a given point inland to a given port on the Atlantic or Indian Ocean. For example, captives were moved from Congo through what is now Zambia and Malawi to Mozambique, where Portuguese, Arab, and French buyers took them over. That was not genuine integration of the economies of the African territories concerned. Such trade merely represented the extent of foreign penetration, thereby stealing local trades. The West African gold trade was not destroyed, but it became directly dependent on European buyers by being diverted from the northward routes across the Sahara. Within the savanna belt of the Western Sudan, the trans Saharan gold trade had nourished one of the most highly developed political zones in all Africa from the 15th century onwards. But it was more convenient for Europe to obtain its gold on the west coast than through North African intermediaries, and one is left to speculate on what might have occurred if in the Western Sudan if there had been a steady increase in the gold trade over the 17th and 18th centuries. Nevertheless, there is something to be said in favor of African trade with Europe in this particular commodity. Gold production involved mining and an orderly system of distribution within Africa. Akan country and parts of Zimbabwe and Mozambique sustained flourishing socio-political systems up to the 19th century, largely because of gold production. Certain benefits also derived from the export of ivory. The search for ivory became the most important activity in several East African societies at one time or another, sometimes in combination with the trade in captives. The Wanyamwezi of Tanzania were East Africa's best known traders, acquiring their reputation through carrying goods from hundreds of miles between Lake Tanganyika and the Indian Ocean. The Bahari ya Afrika Mashariki, not the Indian Ocean. Every time we get to the Indian Ocean, I will tell you that is what we as Africans are going to start calling it. Bahari ya Afrika Mashariki, the East African Ocean. But in Kiswahili, Bahari ya Afrika Mashariki. I'm going to write it quickly. This is what we're going to call it. moving forward. It's not the Indian Ocean. That area is not India. That's Kiswahili for the East African Ocean. When the Wanyamwezi gave their attention to the export of ivory, this sparked off other beneficial developments, such as increased trading in hoards, food, and salt between themselves and their neighbors. Yet, ivory was an asset that was rapidly exhausted in any given region, and the struggle to secure new supplies could lead to violence comparable to that which accompanied the search for human captives. Besides, the most decisive limitation of ivory trade was the fact that it did not grow logically from local needs and local production. Large quantities of ivory were not required by any society inside Africa. And no African society turned to elephant hunting and ivory collection on a big scale until the demand came from Europe or Asia. You all hear that, right? You all are taking note of that. But for the demand from Europe and Asia, China is one particular criminal on this aspect. But for that demand, our elephants would be just fine. There would be no threat to our elephants. There'd be no threat to the wildlife, but for the demand of ivory from Europe and Asia. So take away Europe and Asia, and our elephant population is thriving. Any African society which took ivory exports seriously then had to restructure its economy so as to make ivory trade successful. That in turn led to excessive and undesirable dependence on the overseas market and an external economy. There could be growth in the volume of commerce and the rise of some positive side effects, but there was decrease in the capacity to achieve economic independence and self-sustaining social progress. Besides, at all times, one must keep in mind the dialectical opposite of the trade in Africa, namely, production in Europe or in America under European control. The few socially desirable byproducts of elephant hunting within Africa were chicken feed in comparison with the profits, technology, and skills associated with the product in Europe. In that way, the gap between Africa and Europe was constantly widening, and it is on the basis of that gap that we arrive at development and underdevelopment. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back to continue the chapter. We are on continuing political military developments in Africa, 1500 to 1885. So a quick break and then we'll come back to that part of the chapter. We have quite a bit to go. Today we might not finish this chapter, but quick break. We'll be right back. So just wanted to make myself some tea. With all that reading, one's throat gets dry. Just to sneak a snack. Getting hungry too. We're back. It's 10:05. I will read all the way. If we finish before 12, before 11:45, we'll read the whole thing. If not, we'll stop where we are at 11:45. So continuing political military developments in Africa, 1500 to 1885. I will pause every now and then to drink tea. Bear with me. Modern African nationalists, historians correctly stress that Africa had a meaningful past long. I guess quickly. Sorry. I say that to say that this is not your typical audiobook where there's a certain way they read and there's no interruptions. This is one there will be interruptions, opinions shared, frustrations expressed, some putting oppressors in place expressed, and drinking of tea every now and then expressed or happening. Modern African nationalist historians correctly stress that Africa had a meaningful past long before the coming of Europeans. They also stress that Africans made their own history long after coming into contact with Europe, and indeed right up to the period of colonization. That African-centered approach to the continent's past is quite compatible with one which equally emphasizes the transformation role of external forces such as overseas trade in slaves, gold, ivory. The reconciliation of the two approaches is facilitated by bearing in mind the following three factors. The external, and mainly European, impact up to 1885 was very uneven in geographical terms, with the coasts being obviously more exposed. Commerce with Europeans affected different aspects of African life in varying degrees, with the political, military, and ideological apparatus being virtually untouched. Third one, dynamic features of independent African evolution and development, as illustrated in Chapter 2, continued to operate after 1500. It has already been argued that it would be misleading to try to compartmentalize Africa into areas that were affected by slave trading and those which were not, for the continent as a whole had to bear the costs. However, for present purposes, it is enough to make the crude distinction between those parts of Africa which were directly caught up in the European-generated activities and those parts which, to all appearances, continued in the traditional manner. Developments continued in certain areas such as South Central Africa because the population there was free to pursue a path dictated by the interplay between African people and the African environment in the particular localities. Besides, there were achievements even in those societies under the heaviest bombardment of slaving. Slave trading led to the commercial domination of Africa by Europe within the context of international trade. In very few instances did Europeans manage to displace African political authorities in the various social systems. In very few instances did Europeans manage to displace African political authorities in the various social systems. So African states in close contact with Europe in the pre-colonial era, nevertheless, had scope for political maneuver, and their evolution could and did continue. Military conquest of Africa awaited the years of the imperialist scramble. In pre-colonial centuries of contact with Europe, African armies were in existence, with all the socio-political implications which attach to an armed sector in society. For those of you who don't know, oh Lord have mercy, am I going to have to get up during the session? Like I said, not your typical audio. For those of you who want to learn about such a military, This is a book that our brother Milton Alimadi has written. But there are many books on Adwa, the Battle of Adwa in Ethiopia. So that is one such military might of Africans by Africans in Africa, within African, and in Africanity. Whichever African thing you want to put in that, it was all Africa. All right, moving on. Since we have established that truth, military conquest of Africa awaited the years of the imperialist scramble. In pre-colonial centuries of contact with Europe, African armies were in existence, with all the socio-political implications which attach to an armed sector in society. Equally important was the fact that direct imports from Europe in the cultural and ideological spheres were virtually nil. Christianity tried sporadically and ambivalently to make an impact on some parts of the continent. But most of the few missionaries in places like the Congo, Angola, and Upper Guinea concentrated on blessing Africans as they were about to be launched across the Atlantic into slavery. As it was, Christianity continued. So hold on. Those Christians who want to come at me when I criticize Christianity, let me not make it yours. Christianity as we know it today, Western Christianity, let's be specific, right? Had its so-called Christian leaders on the shores of Africa blessing Africans before they were put in a slave ship. And you all know how they were carried in those slave ships, in such humane ways. Christianity, and let's not forget the word Christianity, where that comes from. Christ. Christianity is the practice of living like Christ did. Like they're followers of Christ. You all have heard the story about Christ. If it is indeed true, you must call out Western Christianity for the fallacy that it is. Because that is in no way living according to Christ's way. To stand on the shores of Africa and bless Africans before they are put in slave ships to be exploited elsewhere. Yeah. No, thank you. No, thank you. No part of that do I want. Equally important was the fact that direct imports from Europe in the cultural and ideological spheres were virtually nil. Christianity tried sporadically and ambivalently to make an impact on some parts of the continent. But most of the few missionaries in places like the Congo, Angola, and Upper Guinea concentrated on blessing Africans as they were about to be launched across to the Atlantic into slavery, across the Atlantic into slavery. As it was, Christianity continued only in Ethiopia, where it had indigenous roots. Elsewhere, there flourished Islam and other religions which had nothing to do with European trade. As before, religion continued to act as an element of the superstructure which was crucial in the development of the state. I'm going to just a bit disagree with Baba Rodney here, just a bit, and say that Islam did have something to do with European trade. I know Baba Rodney is being specific here, European trade, right? Because Islam had a lot to do with Arab trade. So I think Baba Rodney is being specific in that way. So therefore, I guess my disagreement is taken back. If he is speaking of European trade, yes. But also within European trade, Arabs are involved, and therefore Islam is involved. So long as there is political power, so long as a people can be mobilized to use weapons, and so long as a society has the opportunity to define its own ideology and culture, then the people of that society have some control over their own destinies, in spite of constraints such as those imposed as the African continent slipped into orbit as a satellite of capitalist Europe. After all, although historical development is inseparable from material conditions and the state of technology, it is also partially controlled by a people's consciousness at various stages. This is part of the interdependence of base and superstructure alluded to at the outset. Revolution is the most dramatic appearance of a conscious people or class on the stage of history. But, to greater or lesser extent, the ruling class in any society is always engaged in the development process as conscious instruments of change or conservatism. Attention in this section will be focused on the political sphere and its power companion, the military. In those areas, Africans were able to excel even in the face of slave trading. Political military development in Africa from 1500 to 1885 meant that African social collectives had become more capable of defending the interests of their members, as opposed to the interests of people outside the given community. It also meant that the individual in a politically mature and militarily strong state would be free from external threat of physical removal. He would have more opportunities to apply his own skill in fields as diversified as minstrelsy and bronze working under the protection of the state. He could also use his creativity and inventiveness to refine the religion of his people, or to work out a more manageable constitution, or to contribute to new techniques of war, or to advance agriculture and trade. Of course, it is also true that the benefits of all such contributions went mainly to a small section of African society, both within and without the zone of slaving. For, as communalism receded, the principle of egalitarian distribution was disregarded. These various points can be illustrated by concrete historical examples drawn from all over the continent during the pre-colonial period in question. The Yoruba. In a previous discussion, the Yoruba state of Oyo was merely listed as one of the outstanding representatives of African development up to the eve of European arrival in the 15th century. The remarkable 14th and 15th century artistic achievements of Oyo, of its parent state of Ife, and of the related state of Benin have been well studied because of the preservation of ivory, terracotta, and bronze sculptures. It is clear that the earliest bronzes were the best and that there were a deterioration in execution and sensitivity from the 16th through to the 18th century. However, politically, states such as Oyo and Benin did continue to prosper for a very long time after the arrival of Europeans on the West African coast. Since Oyo and the Yoruba people were within an intensive area of slave trading, their fate between 1500 and 1885 is of considerable significance. The kingdom of Oyo kept fairly clear of any involvement with slave trading until the late 18th century. Instead, its people concentrated on local production and trade, and on the consolidation and expansion of the trade. Indeed, although the nucleus of the Oyo kingdom had already been established in the 15th century, it was during the next 3 centuries that it expanded to take control of most of what later termed Western Nigeria, large zones north of the River Niger, and the whole of what is now Dahomey. In effect, it was an empire ruled over by an Alafin in conjunction with an aristocracy. It was in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries that the subtle constitutional mechanisms which regulated relations between the Alafin and his principal subjects and between the capital and the provinces were crystallized. Insofar as Oyo had an interest in the coast, it was as an outlet more for cloth than for slaves. Being some distance inland, the Yoruba of Oyo concentrated on relations within the hinterland, thereby connecting with the Western Sudanic trading zone. It was from the north that Oyo got the horses which made its armies feared and respected. Oyo is a prime example of that African development which had its rock deep in the past, in the contradictions between man and environment. Its people continued to develop on the basis of forces which they did not consciously manipulate, as well as through the deliberate utilization of political techniques. Early in the 19th century, Oyo and Yoruba land in general began to export captives in considerable numbers. They were obtained partly by military campaigns outside Yoruba land, but also through local slave procuring. Local slave procuring involved kidnapping, armed raids, uncertainty, and disunity. Those features, together with internal constitutional tensions and an external threat from the Islamic North, brought about the downfall of the Oyo Empire by about 1830. The famous Yoruba ancestral home of Ife was also despoiled and its citizens turned into refugees because of quarrels among the Yoruba over kidnapping for sale into slavery. So even in Africa, as Africans are selling or kidnapping Africans to be sold, selling them, Africans within that community are fighting them, right? So because of quarrels among the Yoruba over kidnapping for sale into slavery. But it was testimony to the level of development in that part of Africa that within a few years, the inhabitants were able to reconstruct new political states, notably those of New Oyo, Ibadan, Ajaye, Abeokuta, and Ijebu, each centered on a town and with enough land for successful agriculture, until the British arrived to kindly impose order in Nigeria. The Yoruba people kept experimenting with various political forms, with heavy emphasis on the military and keeping to the religion of their forefathers. Being conscious of territorial boundaries, the inhabitants and rulers of any given state invariably become involved in clashes with neighboring states. The state in the feudal epoch in Europe and Asia was particularly concerned with its military capacity. The ruling class comprised in whole or in part the professional fighting forces of the state. One rationalization by which they justified their enjoyment of the major portion of the surplus of society was that they offered armed protection to the ordinary peasant or serf. This generalization was as true of 19th century Yoruba land as it was of Persia, and Japan. Without a doubt, Africans in that region were proceeding along the line of development leading to social organization comparable to feudalism in Europe, Asia, and such parts of Africa as Ethiopia and the Maghreb, which had been at that stage some centuries earlier. In the Oyo Empire, the civil power was dominant, and the military generals were servants of the king. Subsequently, however, the military took over effective political power. I guess we can call that the coup. I don't know. For instance, the Ajayi state was founded by Karunmi, said, said to have been the greatest Yoruba general of those troubled times following the fall of Oyo. Karunmi established a personal military ascendancy in Ajayi. Ibadan was slightly different in that there was a group of military officers who collectively formed the political elite. Efforts to put civilians, so you can see this business in West Africa of the military forming the political elite is not new. Efforts to put civilians back in power were half-hearted and unsuccessful. After all, the town itself grew out of a military encampment. The city-state of Abeokuta perhaps made the most consistent effort to make the military an arm of the civil state. But what mattered most was the defense of the townships within the fortified walls of Abeokuta. Abeokuta's fortified walls became famous as the place where many a rival army met disaster. And under those circumstances, the Ologun or war chiefs were the social and political powers. But then again, for those of you who've looked into African history, and now I'm thinking of Shaka Zulu, right? This separation of the military from regular people, right, as if they're a special entity, is not in African society. They were part and parcel of the community. Shaka Zulu literally is part of the military and leadership. And when you think about it logically, as far as if military is used to defend and not to exploit, right? The only reason why you would separate it is if you're using to exploit. Therefore, anyway, if you're using it to defend, it is the people of the community who are a part of that entity. Anyhow, while the militarization of politics was going on in Yoruba land, Changes were taking place in the structure of the society, which brought about sharper class stratification. I guess what I'm saying is, when you have trained certain members of the community to be that military entity, when there's no need to defend, they're going about the business of the community. This is what Sankara was saying when he said he needed to educate the military, right? They are helping the people build the railroads. They're helping the people build the roads. They are the the farmer. They're doing the business of building the community when there's no need to defend. But they've been trained and they have regular meetings to continue the training and all that. So that is how the military appears in the African community. It's not this one entity that is separate from everything else and has to be treated in a certain. I don't know if you're all getting what I'm trying to get at. Numerous captives were taken in war, most of whom were sold to Europeans, so that Yoruba land became notorious as a slave supplying region right up to the 1860s. But many war prisoners were retained locally, in conditions approximating either to slavery or to serfdom, depending on whether or not they were first generation captives. Sometimes, refugees fleeing from destroyed towns also had no option other than to become clients of serfs of other free Yoruba. Such refugees were made to give service to their new overlords by farming the land in return for armed protection. Hold on, I wanted to see whether I can see Barakun here and show it to you all. If we have another, yeah, I think it's there. If we have another break, I'm going to get the book and show it to you all, because as we read this, it's reminding me of the Barakun. But many war prisoners were retained locally in conditions approximating either to slavery or to serfdom, depending on whether or not they were first generation captives. Sometimes, refugees fleeing from destroyed towns also had no option other than to become clients or serfs of other free Yoruba. Such refugees were made to give service to their new overlords by farming the land in return for armed protection. I just remembered something as I'm reading. For those of you who've been students of Mwalimu Kimathi, Dr. Carr, and every time he's reaching back for books, just me doing that just reminded me of him. Lord have mercy. The students, like, we take on so much of our teachers' behaviors. However, serfs were also used as soldiers, which means that they had access to the means of production, the land, only through meeting an obligation in military labor. That is a measure of the extent to which the principle of kinship had been weakened, and it indicates that, in contrast to the typical communal village, states such as those in 19th century Yoruba land allocated roles and rewards to their citizens on the basis of reciprocal obligations, characteristic of feudalism. I'm quickly going to say something now that I mentioned Mwalimu Kimathi, those of you who know him as Dr. Carr. I started decolonizing my mind as a student of Mwalimu Kimathi's on a platform that is built for majority Black people. And he has regular classes there every week where he teaches us different things. He's talking to us about these things. We're reading these books and decolonizing our minds. And 3 years into that, I finally now am a student who can teach as well. And I'm saying this to reach out to the Nubians who are students of Dr. Carr, of Dr. Carr's. You learn from him and then you start helping him do that work by teaching as well. Because by himself, this is a heavy burden for him to bear by himself. So if you ground yourself with Mwalimu Kimathi and you learn, and you've decolonized your mind enough that you're seeing, you can analyze a book, you can analyze a situation and help others who haven't decolonized their minds as much as you have to see what you are seeing. Essentially, Mwalimu Kimathi has empowered you with skills. He's given you skills to do this work. And so therefore, it would be a shame for you not to use those skills to help him continue the work by going to other platforms, to other spaces, for example, on Kumbukeni, and doing what he does, right, to help others decolonize their minds. So we essentially, this is that spirit of each one teach one. But Mwalimu teaches us, we continue to teach others, they continue to teach others, and we are all helping each other decolonize our minds. Because if we as Black people depend on one man to help us decolonize our minds, God help us all. And God help that man. We are really selfishly placing a heavy burden on his shoulders. While the militarization of politics was going on in Yoruba land, changes were taking place in the structure of the society, which brought about sharper class stratification. Numerous captives were taken in war, most of whom were sold to Europeans, so that Yoruba land became notorious as a slave supplying region right up to the 1860s. But many war prisoners were retained locally in conditions approximating either to slavery or to serfdom, depending on whether or not they were first generation captives. Sometimes, refugees fleeing from destroyed towns also had no option other than to become clients of serfs of other free Yoruba. Such refugees were made to give service to their new overlords by farming the land in return for armed protection. However, serfs were also used as soldiers, which means that they had access to the means of production, the land, only through meeting an obligation in military labor. That is a measure of the extent to which the principle of kinship had been weakened, and it indicates that, in contrast to the typical communal village, states such as those in 19th century Yorubaland allocated roles and rewards to their citizens on the basis of reciprocal obligations characteristic of feudalism. So communalism walks out and feudalism enters. During the period under discussion, the division of labor among the Yoruba was extended with the rise of professional soldiers, or war boys, as they were called. The professional soldiers, who were sons of aristocrats, left farming disdainfully to prisoners and serfs. Now you see the society starting to get messed up, right? When you start introducing feudalism. The large number of whom ensured agricultural plenty. Other branches of economic activity also nourished, notably the making of cloth and palm oil, and the trade in various products. These things were true, in spite of the fact that by that time, some labor was being lost, both in the form of slaves exported and in the form of labor power devoted to capturing people for export. This is seen in Barracoon as well, where the one community, because it's so focused on building soldiers to go and raid other communities to get Africans to be sold for enslavement, they don't focus on producing food in their community. And then they end up harassing other communities that produce food to force them to bring food to them, right? We saw that in Barracoon. European visitors to Yoruba land in the middle of the 19th century could still admire the level of its material culture, along with the highly colorful and impressive aspects of its non-material culture, such as the annual Yam festivals and the ritual of the religious cults of Shango, Ogoni, and others. Ogboni. One item of European technology that was anxiously sought by Africans and that was fairly easily obtainable from Europeans was the firearm. From the 1820s onwards, the Yoruba acquired European firearms in large numbers and integrated them into the pattern of trade, politics, and military strategy. On the eve of colonial rule, Yoruba generals were reaching out for breech-loading rifles and even rockets. But Europe stepped in too quickly for that move to get very far. Through a series of actions which started as early as 1860 in Lagos, and which included missionary infiltration as well as armed invasion. So the militaries come, the missionaries come in first, they deceive you, and while you're busy listening to them and believing and holding the Bible and reading and putting your head down, the military comes in and takes over. The British managed to bring that part of Africa under colonial rule in that way. That's one of the trickery. Economic development is a matter of an increasing capacity to produce, and it is tied up with patterns of land tenure and class relations. These basic facts were well brought out both positively and negatively in Yoruba history in the decades before independence was lost. So long as agricultural production was not disrupted, then for so long, any given Yoruba state remained in a strong position. Ibadan was once the greatest military power in Yorubaland, selling captives as well as retaining many for use as laborers for, it, for its own benefit. But Ibadan's farming areas were hit by war, and Ibadan's rulers also started removing prisoners, farming the land, and selling them instead to Europeans. So, you as Africans, because you've lost your mind, that's my version, you've been corrupted. Your African ways have been taken out of your mind because of this influence of this Western greed. You've taken on the greed. You are now taking people from making food for you from the farm, from helping you have sustainable food resource like sources, and you're taking them and selling them to the Europeans so that they can go make food for them. Like, this is backward thinking, Africans, that you allow to get in your minds. This is the beginning of the colonized mindset. That became necessary because Ibadan needed firearms, and those could be like, are you going to eat firearms? And those could be obtained only by selling slaves. It was at that point that the undermining effect of the presence of European slave buyers on the coast became really paramount. By selling its own captives and serfs, Ibadan was undermining its own socio-economic base. Exactly. If the prison by I saw Germany earlier this year signed an agreement with Kenya to send Kenyans to Germany because Germany needs laborers. Kenya, by signing that deal and by sending your people to Germany, you're building Germany and underdeveloping Kenya. As much as you may think that, I don't even know, if you take the amount that you're being paid, which is not going to all Kenyans, it's going to certain Kenyans, and you compare it to the amount of wealth that could be produced from those people staying and you actually building industry where they can work and them using their skills to build Kenya, I doubt it will be equal. Anyway, if the prisoners were to develop into a true serf class, then those prisoners would have had to be guaranteed the right to remain fixed on the soil and protected from sale. That was one of the reasons why slavery, as a mode of production in Europe, had to give way to serfdom and feudalism. And under normal circumstances, Yoruba society did rapidly guarantee the irremovability of those captives who were integrated into the local production pattern. But forces unleashed by the European presence as slave buyers were too great to be withstood, and any hope of solving the problem disappeared with the loss of political power under colonialism. So these Europeans, hold on. This is layered, right? They first come, they're asking. Then they're no longer asking, they're taking. Then they're no longer taking, they're settled, and now they're controlling. They're the ones giving. They're the ones controlling what's happening. They no longer need you. They've subjugated you. You are now under them. Too often, and by the way, as I say that, please keep China in mind as I say that. Those Africans who think China is helping you. Because first of all, they come, they ask. Second of all, they don't ask, they take. Third of all, this is all happening. It's transition, right? They stay and it's theirs now and they're controlling it. Beware Africans who think that China is there to help you, or Russia, or whichever other foreign entity. Too often, historians lay undue emphasis on the failure of 19th century Yoruba states to unite and produce an entity as large as the former empire of Oyo. But firstly, the size of a political unit is not the most important criterion for evaluating the achievement of its peoples. And secondly, a given people can disintegrate politically and later integrate even more effectively. The Yoruba states of Ibadan, Abeokuta, Ajaye, and populations of up to 100,000 citizens had populations up to 100,000 citizens, as large as most of the city-states, principalities, and palatinates of feudal Germany. Sorry, there's a spelling error there. This is a comparison which is worth bringing to light, and it is one that struck European observers who happened to visit Yorubaland in the middle years of the 19th century. Germany has long had a common culture and language, and there was a form of political unity under the Holy Roman Empire from the 12th to the 15th century. However, after the Reformation and the breakup of the Holy Roman Empire, the German people were divided into as many separate political entities as there are days in the year, some of them being hardly bigger than a public park. Yet the internal class relations and productive forces continued to develop throughout Germany, and ultimately, by 1870, unity was again achieved. With feudalism giving way to a powerful capitalist nation state, so we as Africans, not necessarily under capitalism, can reunite. The Germans did it, apparently. Similarly, the Yoruba were a widely spread cultural entity with a single language. After the fall of the Oyo Empire, the development processes were slowed down by both internal and external factors, but they were not stopped. It took the arrival of European colonialism to do that. Within the sphere of West and Central African slaving, state building continued with varying degrees of success. For instance, the Akan state system grew up in a manner as impressive as that of the Oyo Empire. Fortunately for the Akan, slave exports reached alarming proportions only during the first half of the 18th century. By that time, a state such as Asante had sunk roots deep enough to withstand the adverse effects of slaving. It continued to be incorporated with the heartlands of Western Sudan, and by the 1870s, when the British tried to dictate to Asante, these famous African people did not give up without heroic armed struggle. Africans fought back. Asante's connection with the export of slaves in the 18th century led its rulers to concentrate on expansionism of the type which would bring in captives through wars, raids, tribute, and as articles of trade from regions where they had been made prisoner. Besides, since the 15th century, Akan country was building up rather than exporting its human resources. Captives were incorporated locally into the society, and on the eve of colonialism, a substantial proportion of Asante society was made up of Odonkoba, the descendants of one-time captives, who were the laboring population of the land. Development had come, not through exporting and losing labor, but by increasing and maximizing it. All right, I don't know what that is. Dahomey. Asante's eastern neighbor beyond the Volta River was Dahomey. Since Dahomey was more deeply involved in the European slave trade, and for a much longer period, its experiences shall be cited at a greater length. Whoever CM1, CME, CAMZ1, whatever your names, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be rude. UNHCR, let us know what that acronym stands for. Right now, I can't remember. United Nations Human Something Rights. Please let us know what the acronym stands for and why we should give it a chance. Throughout the 18th and 19th centuries, Dahomey had a stagnant, if not declining, population and an economy that had virtually no props other than slave exports. What Dahomey succeeded in doing, in spite of all, that is a tribute to the achievements of man inside the African continent. What Dahomey succeeded in doing, in spite of all, that is a tribute to the achievements of man inside the African continent. It should be made clear that the groundwork for the socio-political development of the Aja and Fon people, or Dahomey, was laid down in the period preceding the influence of Europe or West Africa. By the 15th century, the Aja states of Alada and Uida were already in existence, having a loose connection with the Yoruba of Ife. Dahomey was an offshoot from Alada in the 16th century, and by the early 18th century, it expanded to incorporate both Alada and Uida. The kings of Alada, you know what would be nice if someone, I think I know someone who's put this out, puts out just the alphabetical pronunciation in, like, we have it in Kiswahili in our Kiswahili classes. For those of you who want that, reach out to me. You can have access to the Kiswahili classes. Those Kiswahili classes are only for Africans. So those of you who are Caucasians, descendants of Caucasians, who want to get in those classes, no, they're not for you. And you can call discrimination all day, all night. I'm not changing that. That space is for Africans to return to their culture. So for those Africans, you must be African to access that space. Reach out to me. And you'll see how you can pronounce the alphabet, the Kiswahili alphabet. How does that help you? In a situation like this where I'm reading or I'm talking to someone from Yoruba, I know how to pronounce the words because I have learned the alphabet and how the sounds are pronounced. So if please, our Yoruba brothers and sisters, our Twi brothers and sisters, all African languages, Nkosa brothers and sisters, our Shona brothers and sisters, if you can please start putting out videos and connecting with us of yeah, no, we're not giving United Nations any part of United Nations. At least I'm not giving them a chance. They've had plenty of chance, and we have seen the evidence with our 2 eyes. So no more chances for them. But I digress. Please put out videos with the pronunciations of these alphabets so that we can learn how to speak and read the languages, right? That's the basics. If nothing else, just put out the pronunciation of the alphabets so that we can learn how to pronounce. For example, Uida is Whydah. If I was reading that with an English mind or having not encountered that word before, I would say Waida, right? Because it's Waida. In English, WHY is Y, Waida. But no, it's Uda. And correct me if I'm wrong, my Yoruba brothers and sisters. The kings of Alada and Uida had made the mistake of either failing to protect their own citizens from enslavement or of actually conniving at their enslavement. Dahomey never followed such a policy, which was directly antagonistic to the very maintenance of the state. Instead, Dahomey eventually became the classic raiding state of West Africa, after failing to get Europeans to accept any products other than human beings. To achieve that, Dahomey had first to build up a tightly organized military state whose monarch came much closer to an authoritarian or despot than did the Alafin of Oyo or the Asanteni of Asante. Secondly, Dahomey invested a great deal of time and ingenuity on its army so as to protect its own citizens and wage war abroad. I'm going to say something as I speak on the language. If you are an African who would like to learn Kiswahili and who believes that Kiswahili is going to be a uniting language for Africans, and you've listened to me speak and you've heard me say that there's a place where you can get that language and you haven't signed up, it is your fault that you're not learning. Yours and yours only. Because you have heard from me that there's a space where you can learn and you've not reached out to find out how you can do that or get access to it. So you having no access to that space is yours and yours only fault. Within European history, the state of Sparta stood out as one that was completely dedicated to the art of war. Europeans in Africa in the 18th and 19th centuries invariably referred to Dahomey as a black Sparta. Throughout the 18th century, the cavalry of Oyo was more than a match for Dahomey's foot soldiers, and Dahomey remained a tribute-paying portion of the Oyo Empire. And I'll say something else too. For those of you who consider yourselves revolutionaries working for liberation and you're not learning Kiswahili, I question that. I know I'm biased. I'm a Kiswahili speaker. But if we're going to have revolution, we need to have a language, and it cannot be the foreigner's language. It cannot be the oppressor's language. So part of revolution is changing our language, literally. So if you're a revolutionary who turns your nose on Kiswahili, nah, you're not a revolutionary. Nope, you're not. Not in my book anyway. I'm sorry. To achieve that, Dahomey had first to build up a tightly organized military whose monarch came much closer to an authoritarian or despot than did the Alafin of Oyo or the Asanteni of Asante. Secondly, Dahomey invested a great deal of time and ingenuity on its army, so as to protect its own citizens and wage war abroad. Within European history, the state of Sparta stood out as one that was completely dedicated to the art of war. Europeans in Africa in the 18th and 19th centuries invariably referred to Dahomey as a black Sparta. Of course they did. Throughout the 18th century, the cavalry of Oyo was more than a match for Dahomey's foot soldiers, and Dahomey remained a tribute-paying portion of the Oyo Empire. But with the fall of Oyo, Dahomey became the supreme military state in that region, and indeed wreaked vengeance on its former Yoruba overlords. Warfare was necessary for securing slaves outside of Dahomey and for obtaining firearms. It was in fact essential for survival. Dahomey's profound preoccupation with militaristic activities can be illustrated in many ways. Their value system rewarded the brave and the victorious, while ruthlessly despising and even liquidating the cowardly and the unsuccessful on the battlefield. The two chief ministers of the king were the commanders of the left and right armies, and other military officers held political appointments. Then, too, the artistic media constantly harped upon the theme of war. Beautiful mosaics and paintings appeared on the walls of the palaces of Abome, all dealing with military victories. Historical accounts, as rendered by professional reciters, reflected the same bias, and the cloth workers busied themselves making emblems, colors, and umbrellas for the generals and the regiments. Two unique innovations set Dahomey off from its African neighbors and even gives it a special claim within the context of feudal or semi-feudal military organization. Firstly, Dahomey encouraged young boys to become apprentices of war. By the age of 11 or 12, a boy would be attached to a veteran soldier, helping to carry his supplies and observing battle. You all remember Koshula said this in Barakum. The second innovation, and the one that was more widely commented upon, was Dahomey's utilization of its female population within the army. Apparently, the wives in the royal palace started off as a ceremonial guard in the 18th century, and then progressed to become an integral part of Dahomey's lighting machine, on terms of complete equality of hardship and reward. Dahomey's population in the 19th century was probably no more than 200,000, and the state consistently managed to send 12 to 15,000 actives on its annual campaigns. Of those, it was estimated in 1845 that some 5,000 were women, the so-called Amazons of Dahomey, who were feared for their ferocity in battle. In the long run, the trade in slaves eased a blight on Dahomey. Slaving campaigns were costly and not always rewarding in terms of captives. European buyers failed to turn up during certain years, depending on European conditions. For example, during the American War of Independence, the French Revolution, and the subsequent revolutionary wars, there was a lull in Dahomean slave exports because far fewer European ships could be spared for the trade in slaves. That's the problem of building an economy in Africa that's dependent on Europe, because what happens in Europe determines what happens to your economy. Without selling captives to get firearms to carry on more warfare for slaves, Dahomey felt its glory and military honor was slipping. Resort to human sacrifice was one attempt to compensate for the diminishing reputation of the state and its monarch, as was the case with the Oba of Benin in the 19th century, instead of just going back to farming. Even so, the story of the reputed savagery of Dahomey was exaggerated incredibly. The Dahomean state created such refinements as a population census. It conducted diplomacy far and wide, with all the niceties and the protocol that one usually hears of only in connection with civilized European states. And it built up a system of espionage and intelligence as an essential ingredient in its own security. Above all, attention should be focused, at least briefly, on the role of the artist in Dahomean society. Much of African art springs from elaboration of things functional, such as pottery and cloth. However, both religion and the state power also stimulated art. For instance, the brasses and bronzes of Ife were executed on behalf of the religious cults and were associated with the Oni of Ife and the royal family. Indeed, it is a most widespread phenomenon that the feudal ruling class gave its protection to artists, along with sustenance and recognition. This was true in Mandarin China, with pottery makers and theater artists. It was true of 16th century Italy of the Renaissance, and it was true of Dahomey from the 17th to the 19th centuries. No one now knows which Dahomean is to be credited with any given artistic achievement of the independent pre-colonial period. However, in that time, particular individuals were being given the opportunity for self-discovery and self-development and of serving the society as a whole. Their task was to give pleasure and to capture the hopes and ambitions of the people in place in palace wall paintings, in wrought iron sculptures, in the stamped patterns of hand-woven cloths designed for royalty, in the intricately carved heads of the safe conduct staffs of the king's ambassadors, and in the lively tales of how the founder of the Dahomean kingdom came out of the belly of a leopard. It was art that centered around royalty and noble families, but it was also a national product and a point of identification for the people as a whole. Subsequently, such artistic skills either disappeared or became debased to serve the curiosity of Philistine colonialists. It is still held in some quarters that Dahomey's development in certain spheres must be credited to slave trading. To demonstrate conclusively that African political and military development through the 19th century was an extension of groundwork already laid in an earlier epoch, it is best to turn to zones where foreign influence was non-existent. The interlacustrine zone of East Africa is one such. Interlacustrine, remember, meaning that it is the area between the four lakes. Excuse me. The Eastern Interlacustrine states. In an earlier discussion, attention was directed to Bunyoro-Kitara as the most advanced socio-political formation in East Africa, up to the 15th century. Its ruling dynasty, the Bakchwezi, declined for reasons that are not clear, and they were overwhelmed by new immigrants from the north. While there is some doubt as to whether the Bachwezi had an Ethiopian origin, it is clearly established that the 16th century immigrants were Luo peoples from a section of the Nile that flows through the Sudan. So the Luo, you have them in Kenya, you have Luo in Uganda, and some in Sudan. Following upon Luo migrations, a new line known as the Babito dynasty was placed in power over Bunyoro proper. Other branches of the same dynasty were enthroned in several places, sometimes breaking off from the main line. As late as the 19th century, a separate Babito kingdom was carved out in Toro. Meanwhile, the Bachwezi or Bahima had staged a comeback in regions to the south, in the form of a clan known as the Bahinda. The Bahinda were one of the pastoralist clans of the old Bunyoro-Kitara Strait, and in the period from the 16th century onwards, their stronghold was in Ankole and Karagwe. And I thank God for, or thank the divine, the ancestors, and Ubuntu that these names sound familiar because we learned them in school. When I was coming up in Kenya in school, I believe it was through history, we learned about the migration of Africans, and we learned about these different peoples. Obviously, the new Babito ruling class immediately sought to take control of the land, but in accordance with settled African customs, they later tried to project themselves as the original owners of the land, rather than usurpers. In Busoga, where there were several small Babito kings, a researcher reported the following dialogue about land between a member of a royal clan and a commoner. Royal clan member: "We found this place empty and made something of it. You fellows later came round begging for land, so we were generous and gave you some. Naturally, you're now our slaves." The commoner: "Uh-huh, what a lie. We were here long before you. You took your power by trickery. You princes have always been scoundrels." At no stage in the independent history of these interlacustrine states did land become purely a personal possession, to be monopolized by a given class, as in the classic European feudal model. You've all seen the Kenya Land and Freedom Army, erroneously known as the Mau Mau. They're fighting for the land as the collective because the land was for the collective. And only when the Europeans come do we start having that division. Oh, I'm buying land for myself. Oh, I'm buying land for myself. This land is for me. No, no, no. It was no, this is the land for the Kamba people. That's why in Kenya you have, think about it. When you talk about the areas in Kenya, it's Ukambani, the land of the Kamba people. Uluo, the land of the Luos. Koyo, the land of the Kikuyu people. Scholars frequently demand this feature before they concede that feudalism has arrived, but they fail to take into account the reality of the fact that distribution and usufruct or produce of the land may be in the hands of a few, and they fail to realize that where cattle were a dominant form of wealth, then private ownership of herds was also part of a process by which producers were separated from the means of production. I actually had this conversation with someone recently. To be specific, those who owned the herds were usually the Bahinda or other Bahima or the new Babito families, while those who tended them were clients and virtually serfs of the owners. As far as land was concerned, the peasant who farmed it paid a heavy tax in crops to the clan heads and ruling authorities to allow the latter to live without resort to agricultural work. I do not want to return to that Africa. I want to return further back to the communal Africa. This Africa where some just sit and grow fat while others work and feed them, that's not what we're talking about. It is necessary to recall that in the process of independent evolution on all continents, the increase in productive capacity was accompanied by increasing inequality of all stages except socialism. To say that the interlacustrine zone continued developing uninterruptedly up to the eve of colonialism is to highlight the expanded productive capacity of the states and at the same time to recognize frankly that it was the result or increased exploitation not only of natural resources but also of the labor of the majority. The latter were disenfranchised and oppressed to get them to toil in the interest of a few who lived in palaces. We're not trying to go back to that Africa. We want to go back further, where those in the palaces were also working in the garden or doing whatever else they were skilled at doing too. So in a community that I would like to see us go by, in a community that I'll do my best to go back to, every single person wakes up in the morning and they're doing one or the other thing to build that community. Whatever skills you have, you're going about doing them. The only people who will rest are the elderly and the sickly and the little children. And even then, those elderly are educating. They'll take on those roles. Those young ones are learning. They're doing something. Everyone is doing something. No one is just sitting on their couch watching TV or being fund. We're not going back to that. The interlacustrine kingdoms fell mainly in what is now Uganda, Rwanda, and Burundi. Only in the northeast of Tanzania are there representatives of the interlacustrine complex of slates. Northeast Tanzania was the most developed portion of the country in the pre-colonial epoch because the rest of mainland Tanzania comprised numerous small kingdoms that had not decisively left behind the communal stage. In the spirit of teaching Kiswahili and how to pronounce African words, it will be a misstep on my part not to explain this. There've been questions, several questions by Africans. How do you say this word? Is it Tanzania? Is it Tanzania? The minute you start saying Tanzania, you have stepped away from the African language, right? So the story goes, apparently, an educator in Tanzania. Lord have mercy. This is a process of decolonizing my mind, right? The colonized mind is fighting the decolonized mind, pulling it, and I'm saying no. Tanzania. So apparently this teacher finds Tanzania was Tanganyika and Zanzibar, right? Finds an ad in the Standard newspaper And he responds to it. And he and his students sit down to, the ad is for Tanzania is getting independence. All right, for them to come up with a name of what they're going to call this unity of Tanganyika and Zanzibar. And he reaches out to his student who sit down and they try to figure out what name he's going to submit now for the contest, right? And I forget his name. Let's see whether I remember his name. I had it here in my notes. Sorry, bear with me. Yeah, found it. Mohammadi Iqbali Dar. So that was the name of this educator who responded to this ad. I'll put the name in here. That's the name he comes up with. This is the educator. This is one of the stories. I tend to believe this one just given logic and what is said there. But there are people who dispute it, is why I'm saying it's one of the stories, right? So he decides to take apparently the first letters, because his goal is the name should represent this unity of Tanganyika and Zanzibar. And so he takes the first letters of Tanganyika, T-A-N, and then he takes the first letters of Zanzibar, which is Zanzibari, Z-A-N, and he combines them, and he keeps saying it, Tanzan, Tanzan, and to him it doesn't sound nice. And so he takes the first letter of his name. Usually the name is Iqbali, right? Nduku is that name that sits there, is my name, where Iqbali is sitting in his full name. So he takes that I of his name and he adds it, and it's Tanzani. And then he takes the first letter of his faith, his sect, right? Which is Islam, which is Ahmadiyya, which means the followers of Muhammad, right? And he adds that A. And therefore it's Tanzania. And in Kiswahili, we pronounce as it's written. So it's Ta, Nza, I, A. So as long as you're saying Tanzania, you're not pronouncing it right. Because in Swahili, we don't have that swallowing of letters. Nia, Tanzania. It's Tanzania. All right? Because that I and A are separate sounds. I hope that helps you pronounce it in the future. But Northeast Tanzania was also the corner of the country in which problems arose when a new ideology of egalitarianism was being preached after the end of the colonial era, because there was already a regime of inequality in the distribution of land and produce and in the rights granted to individuals. In fact, in any meaningful political sense, the area was feudal. There is some disagreement as to the origins of the important interlacustrine suite of Buganda. Some traditions give it the same Luo origin as Bunyoro, while others tend to bold that it was a Bachwezi survival. Its social structure certainly paralleled that of Babito Bunyoro closely. Contrary to the situation in Ankole and Buganda, and the Bahima did not have the reins of political power. They were only associated with the cattle-owning ruling class, very often in the junior capacity of herdsmen. I literally had this conversation with someone this weekend. I was arguing against this whole going back to that. Anyway, in any event, Buganda's history was one of the gradual expansion and consolidation at the expense of Bunyoro and other neighbors. By the 18th century, it had become the dominant power in the whole region. The Buganda state had a sound agricultural base, with bananas as a staple and with cattle products being available. Their craftsmen manufactured bark cloth for export, and local production of iron and pots was supplemented by imports from neighboring African communities. This is why last week I said that whatever we figure out as the solution, it must be something that's not exploitative. That should be the foundation. If you put something on the table as solution and it's exploiting others, take it off, erase. So as long as whatever your solution you propose, because we'll have many solutions, we have many people, so people will be bringing different ideas of what we should take on as Africans moving forward. If that thing that is put on the table is exploiting some Africans while benefiting a few, not to be considered. Throw it in the garbage. Their lack of salt was a big stimulus to the extending of their trade network to obtain necessary supplies, and, as was true of the Western Sudan, such an extension of the network of commerce was in effect integrating the productive resources of a large area. Karl Peters, the advance agent of German colonialism in East Africa, remarked that, in estimating the political and commercial affairs of East Africa, too little stress is laid on this internal trade among the tribes. The barter trade of Buganda defies all direct calculation. In Buganda's case, the absence of slave trading must have been important in expanding internal production and trade, and therefore providing a sound base for the political superstructure. The kings of Buganda set up a small permanent armed force which served as a bodyguard. The rest of the national army was raised when necessary. Like I said before, no need for the army to be active if there's no need for defense. Yes, keep them trained, but they are doing other things in the community to build. Sankara speaks of this as well. The political administration was centralized under the Kabaka, and district rulers were appointed by the Kabaka and his council, rather than left to be provided by the clans on a hereditary family basis. Great ingenuity went into devising plans for administering this large kingdom through a network of local officials. Perhaps the best tribute to the political sophistication of Buganda came from the British. When they found Buganda and other East African feudalities in the 19th century. They were the best tributes because they were reluctantly extracted from white racists and culturally arrogant colonialists who did not want to admit that Africans were capable of anything. Actually, Europeans were so impressed with what they saw in the interlacustrine zone that they invented the thesis that those political states could not possibly have been the work of Africans and must have been built at an earlier date by white Hamites from Ethiopia. These white pressers, man, they have some nerve. This myth seemed to get some support from the fact that the Bachwezi were said to have been light-skinned. However, in the first place, had the Bachwezi come from Ethiopia, they would have been black or brown Africans. And secondly, as noted earlier, the cultures of East Africa were synthesis of local development, plus African contributions from outside the specific localities. They were certainly not foreign imports. Assuming that the Bachwezi or Bahima were from Ethiopia, then they lost their language and became Bantu speaking like their subjects. The same thing happened to the Babito dynasty of Luo extraction, indicating that they had been absorbed by the local culture. Furthermore, the Babito and the Bahima, Bahinda, also forged close connections from the 16th to the 19th centuries. In effect, out of different ethnic groups, castes, and classes, a number of nationalities were emerging. The nationality group is held to be the social formation which immediately precedes the nation state, and the definition applies to the peoples of Buganda, Bunyore, Ankole, Karagwe, and Toro, as well as to those of Rwanda and Burundi. Rwanda. The westernmost portion of the interlacustrine zone comprised the kingdoms of Rwanda and Burundi. The two countries which today hear those names are centered around the old kingdoms. The experiences of Rwanda will be cited here. Like the old Bunyoro Kitara kingdom, and like its northeastern neighbor state in Ankole, Rwanda was split into two major social groups. Though the great majority of the population were cultivators known as the Bahutu, political power was in the hands of Batutsi pastoralists and comprising about 10% of the population. So that's the African way of saying Hutu and Tutsi. Bahutsu, Batutsi. In what is known as Bantu people, Bantu in quotes, usually when you talk of the people, for example, Kiswahili is the language, Waswahili are the people. So Hutu, Bahutu, the people of Hutu, comprising about 10% of the population. An even smaller minority were the Batwa, about 1%, who were at a very low level of pre-agricultural social organization. The relative physiques of the three social segments in Rwanda offer an interesting commentary on the development of human beings as species. The Batutsi are one of the tallest human groups in the world. The Bahutu are short and stocky, and the Batwa are pygmies. The differences can be explained largely in terms of socio-occupation and diet. The Batwa were not living in settled agricultural communities. Instead, they wandered around in small bands, hunting and digging roots, thereby failing to assure themselves of plentiful of rich food. At the other extreme, the Batutsi pastoralists were subsisting on a constantly accessible and rich diet of milk and meat. The Bahutu were more socially advanced than the Batwa. They ate more and more regularly than the latter because Bahutu agriculture meant that they did not live entirely on the whims of nature, following scarce game like the Batwa. However, the quality of their food fell short of the protein-rich Batutsi diet. Thus, the development of man as physical being is also linked in a broad sense to the expansion of productive capacity and distribution of food. In any event, it was their political and military achievements rather than their height which distinguished the Batutsi from the historical viewpoint. Their contribution to the kingdom of Rwanda goes back to the 14th century, to a period contemporaneous with the Bachwezi. There were indeed striking parallels and actual links between Rwanda and Ankole and between Karagwe and Burundi. But unlike Bunyoro Kitara, Rwanda is the 14th and 15th centuries in the 14th and 15th centuries was far from being a single political entity. There were several small chiefdoms, and it was the expansion of a central Rwanda Tutsi clan which gradually created a small compact state in the 17th century. Later still, that central Rwanda state extended its frontiers, and it was still doing so when the colonialists arrived. For instance, rulers in Pororo, Ankole, were already paying tribute to Rwanda, which was growing at Ankole's expense. At the head of the Rwandan kingdom was the Mwami. As with so many other African rulers, his powers were sanctioned by religious beliefs and his person surrounded by religious ritual. Feudal kings in Europe often tried to get their subjects to believe that royal authority emanated from God and that the king therefore ruled by divine right. Subjects of African kings like those of the Mwami of Rwanda often accepted something quite close to that proposition. Of course, in addition, the authority of the king had to be based on real power, and the Mwami of Rwanda did not overlook that fact. Rujugira was a famous Mwami of the 18th century and the last of the independent line of Rwabugiri, known also as Kigeri IV, who died in 1895. Gahindiro is another whose praises were sung by the court musicians and historians. Each of them was associated with one or more contributions to relining and elaborating the power structure of the state, which meant that they each embodied certain historical, class, and national forces. The Mwami Rujugira in the 18th century took the step of placing his frontier zones under the exclusive authority of a military commander and stationing strong contingents of soldiers there. The move was significant because in any young and growing state, the most uncertain areas are those on the frontiers, known as the Marches provinces in European feudal terminology. Rujugira was in effect placing the Marches provinces under military law, and he also put permanent military camps at strategic places. Early in the 19th century, Mwami Gahindiro overhauled the civil administration. In each province, there was created both a land chief and a cattle chief, one being responsible for farm rents and the other for cattle dues. Besides, there were smaller district authorities or hill chiefs within all the provinces, all members of the Batutsi aristocracy. Whether by accident or design, it turned out that administrators responsible for different areas and different matters were jealous of each other, and that kept them from uniting to conspire against the Mwami. You can all see the structures now that are in place, that if the Europeans are coming in and watching these people, They're seeing where their weaknesses are and how they're going to manipulate them. The Heel chiefs were for a long time hereditary within given Batutsi clans or lineages, but under Rabugiri, they became appointive. Another move which strengthened, so they had democracy, so-called democracy, even before democracy landed there. Another move which strengthened central government. Meanwhile, the civil servants and councillors, collectively known as Biru, were given grants of land which were free from the intervention of the land and cattle chiefs, thereby cementing the loyalty of the Biru to the throne. The system of social relations which emerged in Rwanda was more completely hierarchical and feudal than in most other parts of Africa. Hierarchy and socio-legal interdependence of classes and individuals were features found in the army, in the civil administration, and in the social fabric itself. The key to everything else was the control over cattle through an institution known as Obuhake. This meant that the poor in cattle and those of low status by birth could approach anyone with more cattle and more respected status and offer his physical labor services in return for cattle and protection. The cattle were never given as outright property, but only the usufruct was handed over to a client. Therefore, the client could have the use of the cattle for so long as he reciprocated by handing over milk and meat to his overlord, and for so long as he remained loyal. Of course, that was my argument with this situation. What if that person pissed off the chief? Do they get these things? Clearly, no. Of course, the peasant on the land also had to perform labor services and provide tribute in the form of food. The Batutsi aristocracy fulfilled their function of offering protection, partly by making representations at the Mwami's court or by defending their dependents in legal cases. Above all, however, so we had a legal system before colonialism. Just take note of that. Above all, however, the protection came through specialization in the military art. Ever since the 15th century, there had been compulsory military service for certain Batutsi lineages. Sons of the Batutsi aristocracy became royal pages, receiving all their educational training within a military context. Each new Mwami made a fresh recruitment to add to existing forces. Some Bahutu were associated with particular regiments to provide supplies, and the Batwa were also incorporated as specialist archers with poisoned arrows. I know my people were specialist archers with poisoned arrows. They were making those arrows even when I was a child. Very, very recent past. Of course, the protection which the Batutsi gave the Bahutu was a myth, in the sense that what they were guarding was their exploitation of the Bahutu. They defended them from external enemies so that the population became dense and plentiful. They conserved the Bahutu so that the latter could exercise their highly developed agronomical knowledge to produce surplus. Furthermore, the top stratum of Batutsi were the cattle owners, and they left their cattle to the lesser Batutsi to tend, thereby exploiting the labor and profound empirical knowledge which the common cattle herders possessed. So they exploited both the labor and their skill. As in Europe and Asia, such was the socio-economic base which supported a life of leisure and intrigue among the Batutsi aristocracy. So the aristocracy gets to chill, probably drink, chat, make babies, make love, while the others are in the fields working and building for them, or whatever else they're doing, using their skill. There was little intermarriage between Batutsi and Bahutu, and hence they were regarded as castes. The Batwa, too, can be similarly categorized, but since the castes were hierarchically placed one over the other, it was also a situation of class, and there was upward and downward mobility from one class to another to a certain extent. At the same time, Batutsi, Bahutu, and Batwa together evolved as the Rwanda nation, having common interests to defend against even the Batutsi. Bahutu and Batwa, who comprised the kingdom of Burundi, the people of Rwanda were not unique in developing a state and a sense of national consciousness, while at the same time experiencing the rise of more sharply differentiated classes and castes in society. The important thing is that they were free to develop relatively unaffected by alien influence, and certainly free from direct ravages of slave trading. So, I don't know if we'll finish. We'll see. Amazulu. The same freedom from slave trading was operational in South Africa, for Western African exports of captives began in Angola, and East African exports came from Mozambique and zones farther north. The area south of the Limpopo was one that had some of the simpler social formations in Africa up to the 15th century. The eastern side was sparsely peopled up to a late date by the Khoi herdsmen, who were slowly edged out by Bantu speakers. When European ships touched on the natal coast in the 16th century, it was still a region of widely scattered homesteads. But in the years to come, the population became denser and important political military development took place. Anyone with a nodding acquaintance with the African past would have heard the name Shaka, the Zulu leader who most embodied the social and political changes which took place in the eastern portion of South Africa. One biographer, a European, had this to say of Shaka. Keep in mind, a European. Napoleon, Julius Caesar, Hannibal, Charlemagne, such men as these have arrived periodically throughout the history of the world to blaze a trail of glory that has raised them high above the common level. Such a man was Shaka, perhaps the greatest of them all. The above praise song appeared on the back cover of the biography in question. And since capitalist publishers treat books just like boxes of soap powder, one has admittedly to be suspicious of any advertisement designed to sell the book. Nevertheless, all commentators on Shaka, both African and European, frequently compare him favorably with the great men of European history. It is therefore appropriate now for Africans. I understand Europeans doing that because that's the point of reference. But for Africans, come on. It is therefore appropriate to examine Amazulu society. And I'm not saying if you did it in the past, we're questioning it. Now that you know, change how you refer to our African warriors. It is therefore appropriate to examine Amazulu society up to the 19th century with a view to understanding the role of the leader in relationship to the development of society as a whole. Shaka was born about the year 1787, and the impressive achievements attributed to him in his 40-year lifespan can only be briefly enumerated here. By 1816, he was head of a small Amangoni clan, the Amazulu. Within a few years, he had reorganized it militarily, both in terms of weapons and the tactics and strategy of war, so that the Amazulu clan became a feared fighting force. Through warfare and political maneuvering, he united and commanded the Amangoni, who had previously been divided into dozens of independent or semi-independent clans. At one point, it seemed as though Shaka was about to unite under one rule the whole of the region that is now Natal, Lesotho, and Swaziland. That task was not accomplished when he met his death in 1828, nor were his successors able to maintain Shaka's sway. We know why. But the territory belonging to the Amazulu nation in the late 19th century was 100 times greater than the 100 square miles of the original patrimony of the Amazulu clan as inherited by Shaka in 1816. It was a diminished and less powerful Amazulu that was still capable in 1876 of inflicting upon the British one of the most crushing defeats in their history of overseas adventuring at the Battle of Isandlwana. I am sure that is Isandlwana, but I don't know how to say it. Well, try. Shaka grew up at a time when the questions of unity and of effective armies were being posed seriously for the first time among the Amangoni. Previously, the clans, which generally coincided with chiefdoms, displayed a tendency to segment or break into smaller and smaller units. As the eldest son of a clan head grew to adulthood, He went off to settle his own kraal, and a new junior clan was born. For his father's clan remained senior, and its headship passed to the eldest son of the great wife. I believe the Maasai's practiced this as well. That pattern or segmentation was possible so long as population density was low and land was plentiful for farming and grazing. Under those circumstances, there was little competition for resources or political power, and wars were hardly any more dangerous than a game of football in Latin America. Usually, a clan had traditional rivalry with another given clan. They knew each other well, and their champions fought in a spirit of festivity. One or two might have been killed, but then everyone went home until the rematch. Early in the 19th century, the casual tempo of Orazulu life and politics had changed considerably. A greater population meant less and less room for junior members to hive off on their own. It meant less grazing land for cattle and disputes over cattle and land. As the Amazulu began to fight more frequently, so they began to feel the necessity to fight more effectively. At the same time, senior clan heads began to recognize the need for a political structure to ensure unity, the maximization of resources, and the minimization of internecine conflict. Shaka addressed himself to both the military and the political problems of Zululand, which he saw as two sides of the same coin. Like I was saying before, there was no difference. There's no that delineation between the two. He thought that the centralizing political nucleus should achieve military superiority and demonstrate it to other sectors. That would generally lead to peaceful acceptance of the greater political state, or else the dissidents would be thoroughly crushed. The era of the conflict. Hold on, real quick. Okay, let's see how far we can go. The era of conflict and warfare in Zululand in the early 19th century brought troops face to face much more often. But the pattern of military encounters still remained that of the long distance hurling of light umkhonto or spears. For close fighting, a weapon grasped in the hands is much more damaging, as feudal armies discovered in Europe and Asia and therefore resorted to sword and pike. Shaka, while serving as a young soldier, came up with the solution of devising a heavy shot assegai, which was used purely for stabbing rather than throwing. In addition, he discarded the loose sandals so as to achieve more speed in closing with the enemy and more dexterity at close quarters. Through experience, Shaka and his fellow youths then discovered the specific techniques of using their shields and assegais to best effect. Of course, warfare comprises not just the encounter of individual soldiers, but, more importantly, a pattern of tactics and strategy in relationship to the opposing forces taken as a whole. This aspect of war also attracted Shaka's attention, and his outstanding innovation came in the form of Izimpi regiments, deployed so as to allow for a reserve behind the fighting vanguard and for two wings of horns capable of encircling the enemy's flanks. Finally, and most importantly, an army has to be trained, disciplined, and organized so that it is a meaningful unit in peace and war. I will say that one more time to my African brothers and sisters. Finally, and most importantly, an army has to be trained, disciplined, and organized so that it is a meaningful unit in peace and in war. Shaka created new regiments to include men up to 40 years of age. He kept his Izimpi on constant exercises and fatigues, so that the individual soldier was fit and proficient, while the army was a whole synchronized in accordance with the wishes of its commanders. The Zulu army was more than a lighting force. It was an educational institution for the young and an instrument for building loyalties that cut across clans and could be considered as national. Promotion came through merit and not through clan or regional origin. The enforced use of the Zulu branch of the family of Ngoni languages also worked in the direction of national consciousness. Over an area of 12,000 square miles, citizens came to call themselves Amazulu and to relegate their clan names to second place. You see that? They're unifying with a language and a culture, still maintaining their own because they have now to become one unit so that they can be stronger and have more power. Over a much larger area still, Zulu influence was profoundly felt. Policies such as curbing the excesses of witchcraft diviners, Izanusi, and the fact that Zululand became free of internal struggles led to an influx of population from outside its boundaries, a positive contribution to the resources of the Zulu state. Those of you who've read 2000 Seasons by Ikwe Ama, you know Isanusi. European travelers who have left written accounts of Zululand in Shaka's time were impressed by the cleanliness as they were in Benin in the 15th century. And they were equally struck by the social order, absence of theft, sense of security, just as were the Arabs who traveled in the Western Sudan during its period of imperial greatness. In actual fact, both the cleanliness and the security of Fife and property were part of Zulu life from long before. And under Shako, what was impressive was the scale on which these things extended, owing to the protective umbrella of the state. The people being impressed were Europeans, and European evidence is the best evidence in that it can scarcely be said to have been pro-African propaganda. One white visitor who saw a march past of 15 of Shaka's regiments wrote that it was a most exciting scene, surprising to us, who could not have imagined that a nation termed savages could be so disciplined and kept in order. A great deal more could be added concerning Amazulu, political institutions, and its army. But what is relevant here is to understand why Ashaka was possible in Africa in the 19th century, before the coming of colonial rule. Had Shaka been a slave to some cotton planter in Mississippi or some sugar planter in Jamaica, he might have had an ear or a hand chopped off for being a recalcitrant nigger. That's quote. Or at best, he might have distinguished himself in leading a slave revolt. For the only great men among the unfree and the oppressed are those who struggle to destroy the oppressor. On a slave plantation, Shaka would not have built a Zulu army and a Zulu state. That much is certain. Nor could any African build anything during the colonial period, however much a genius he may have been. As it was, Shaka was a herdsman and a warrior. As a youth, he tended cattle on the open plains, free to develop his own potential and apply it to his environment. This is one of the reasons why I say the Westerners must leave. They must leave Africa to give us a chance to go back to this young Shaka, where we are free to develop our own potential and apply it to our environment. Where the IMF is not there saying, no, the way you're doing that, you cannot do that. Shaka was able, and the CIA, they need to leave. Like, why are you in Africa? We're not in Europe. Shaka was able to invest his talents and creative energies in a worthwhile endeavor of construction. He was not concerned with fighting for, and any African government, I'm sorry, I'm going to digress real quick. We have 2 pages and I'll stop. Any African government that is allowing these entities, now that you know that this is harming Africa. You've known probably for a while that this is harming Africa. We are placing the blame on you, on us remaining underdeveloped. If you're signing contracts with the US to allow the CIA in Africa, if you're signing contracts with the US to allow these other law enforcement entities in Africa, if you're signing contracts with the US to allow entities that are squashing African progress, you're to blame. And we must do something about you. And my fellow Africans, we need to figure out what we're going to do about these Africans who keep doing this. As it was, Shaka was a herdsman and a warrior. And this is something I'm going to say. Even when I am 6 feet under, even when I am no longer here, this must continue. This struggle for liberation must continue. Like, y'all, I will haunt you all if you do not continue to work for liberation. As it was, Shaka was a herdsman and a warrior. As a youth, he tended cattle on the open plains, free to develop his own potential and apply it to his environment. Shaka was able to invest his talents and creative energies in a worthwhile endeavor of construction. He was not concerned with fighting for or against slave traders. He was not concerned with the problem of how to resell goods made in Sweden and France. He was concerned with how to develop the Zulu area within the limits imposed by his people's resources. It must be recognized that things such as military techniques were responses to real needs, that the work of the individual originates in and is backed by the action of society as a whole, and that whatever was achieved by any one leader must have been hounded by historical circumstances and the level of development, which determine the extent to which an individual can first discover, then augment, and then display his potential. To substantiate the above points, it can be noted that Shaka was challenged to create the heavy slabbing assegai when he realized that the throwing spear broke when used as a slabbing weapon. More important still, what Shaka came up with depended upon the collective effort in the Amazulu. Shaka could ask that a better assegai be forged, because the Amangoni had been working iron for a long time, and specialist blacksmiths had arisen within certain clans. In other words, don't just become an entity that is focused on the fighting and not the how to get the tools, right? Building the other skills. It was a tribute to the organizational and agricultural capacity of the society as a whole that it could feed and maintain a standing army. Again, farming is a big part of a strong army of 30,000 men, re-equip them with iron weapons, and issue each soldier with a full-length Zulu shield made from cattle hide. The whole community is interdependent. Because the scientific basis and experimental preconditions were lacking in Zulu society, Shaka could not have devised a firearm, no matter how much genius he possessed. But he could get his people to forge better weapons, as explained above, and he found them receptive to better selective breeding practices when he set up special royal herds, because the people already had a vast fund of empirical knowledge about cattle and the love of the cattle herding profession. In the political military sphere, Shaka was following in the footsteps of his original protector, Dingiswayo, and to some extent in the footsteps of Zwick, who was a rival to both Dingiswayo and Shaka. Dingiswayo opened up trade with the Portuguese at Delagoa Bay in 1797, mainly in ivory, and he stimulated arts and crafts. His most distinguished innovation was in the army, when he insinuated a system of recruiting regiments according to age grades. Previously, each locality tended to dominate within a given regiment, and, in any event, people were accustomed to fighting side by side with members of their own kraal, locality, and clan. However, when all men in a given age group were brought into the same regiment, this emphasized a greater national feeling and also increased Dingiswayo's power vis-a-vis the smaller clan heads. Dingiswayo was head of the important Mtetwa clan, and he succeeded in establishing his paramountcy in what later became the southern portion of Zululand. In the north, Zwide of the Ndwandwe was also engaging in political consolidation. Shaka served in one of the junior age grade regiments of Dingiswayo, and remained faithful to the latter's centralizing power until Dingiswayo met his death at the hands of Zwide in 1818. Thereafter, Shaka took up many of the military and political techniques of Dingiswayo and greatly improved them. That is development. It is a matter of building upon what is inherited while advancing slowly, provided that no one comes to civilize you. He has civilized in quotes. The regions of Yorubaland, Dahomey, the interlacustrine kingdoms, and Zululand, which have so far been discussed, are examples of leading forces in the political development which was taking place in Africa right up to the eve of colonization. They were not the only leading forces, and even where the states were territorially much smaller, there were observable advances in political organization. What time is it? Lord have mercy. Let's see whether we'll get through this in the next 5 minutes. Areas of Africa that were most advanced by the 15th century generally maintained their standards with a few exceptions, such as Congo. In North Africa and Ethiopia, for example, feudal structures remained intact, though there was a noticeable lack of continued growth. In the Western Sudan, the Hausa states were heirs to the political and commercial tradition of the great empires after the fall of Songhai in the 17th century and early in the 19th century. There arose the Islamic Caliphate of Sokoto with its center in Hausaland. The Sokoto Empire was one of the largest political units ever established on the African continent, and it suffered from many internal schisms through lack of adequate mechanisms for integrating so vast a territory. Experiments to deal with the problem of unity were continued in the Western Sudan, with Islam as the hoped-for unifying factor. An Islamic theocratic state was established across the Niger Bend by Amadou in the middle of the 19th century, while another was created by Al-Hajj Omar on the Upper Niger. Most outstanding of all was the Mandinga state, carved out under the leadership of Samori Touré by the 1880s. Samori Touré was not scholarly like the renowned Usman Danfodio and Al-Hajj Umar, who before him had been creators of Islamic states. But Samori Touré was a military genius and a political innovator who went further than the others in setting up a political administration where a sense of loyalty could prevail over the above clans, localities, and ethnic groups. Zimbabwe, too, progressed, with only slight interference from Europeans. Locally, the center of power shifted from Mutapa to Changamire, and eventually, in the 19th century, Nguni groups fleeing from the power of the Zulu overran Zimbabwe. So long as the Nguni were warrior bands on the march, they obviously proved destructive. But by the middle of the 19th century, the Nguni had already spread their own state-building techniques to Mozambique and to what is now southern Rhodesia, and had joined with the local population to establish new and larger kingdoms, infused with a sense of nationality, as was the case in Zululand. Bear with me real quick. Hold on real quick, just quickly. Sorry, it's called multitasking, right? We're getting off because we have a meeting and we needed to attend to that. Sorry about that. Meanwhile, across vast areas of Central Africa, striking political change was also taking place. Up to the 15th century, the level of social organization was low in the area between Congo and Zimbabwe. Precisely in that area, there arose the group of states known as the Luba-Lundi complex. Their political structures rather than their territorial size made them significant, and their achievements were registered in the face of constantly encroaching slaving activities. On the large island of Madagascar, the several small states of an earlier epoch had by the late 18th century given way to the powerful feudal Merina kingdom. More often than not, Madagascar is ignored in general assessments of the African continent, although, both in the physical and the cultural sense, Africa is writ large on the Malagasy people. They, too, suffered from loss of population through slave exports, but the Merina kingdom did better than most slaving states because more intensive cultivation of high-yielding swamp rice and the breeding of cattle offset the loss of labor. This situation should serve as a reminder that development, accompanied by slave trading, must not be superficially and illogically attributed to the export of the population and the dislocation attendant upon slave raiding. The basis of the political development of the Merina kingdom and of all others, whether or not engaged in slaving, lay in their own environment, in the material resources, human resources, technology, and social relations. So, the political development, Baba Rodney is saying, in Africa was not because of Europeans. It existed despite of Europeans, and it was because of Africans' own material resources, human resources, technology, and social relations. So long as any African society could at least maintain its inherited advantages, springing from many centuries of evolutionary change, then for so long could the superstructure continue to expand and give further opportunities to whole groups of people, to classes, and to individuals. At the beginning of this section, attention was drawn to the necessity for reconciling a recognition of African development up to 1885 with an awareness of the losses simultaneously incurred by the continent in that epoch due to the nature of the contact with capitalist Europe. That issue must also be explicitly alluded to at this point. It is clearly ridiculous to assert that contacts with Europe built or benefited Africa in the pre-colonial period. Nor does it represent reality to suggest, as President Leopold Senghor once did, that the slave trade swept Africa like a bushfire, leaving nothing standing. The truth is that a developing Africa went into slave trading and European commercial relations as into a gale force wind, which shipwrecked a few societies, set many others off course, and generally slowed down the rate of advance. However, pursuing the metaphor further, it must be noted that African captains were still making decisions before 1885, though already forces were at work, which caused European capitalists to insist on and succeed in taking over command. We're going to stop here. So we will continue chapter 4, that last bit where Baba Rodney is talking about the coming of imperialism and colonialism, and then we'll do chapter 5. Let's see how long chapter 5 is, if we can finish it in one sitting. It's a long one too, but we will do our best to finish it in one sitting. If not, we will continue. But yes, we'll continue with chapter 4, the coming of imperialism and colonialism. And then we'll go into chapter 5, which is Africa's contribution to the capitalist development of Europe, the colonial period. So we'll be talking about colonialism. Thank you all for persevering through the 3 hours of reading, interjections, observations, tea drinking, pausing, attending to noise and all that. And please share. The goal is to get this information to as many Africans as possible. The goal, Kumbukeni, again, is the Swahili word for remember, is for all of us to remember where we come from, for all of us to remember how we have been brought to this place where we are referred to as third world and underdeveloped. What has happened? We have to go back. And remembering is not just your mind that's in your head, it's also your ancestors' memories. We have to go back and bring that knowledge so that we can understand the causes to our situation, what we were before then, what our strengths were, what our abilities were, how we managed life back then, how we survived, and how we can use that in contemporary times to liberate ourselves, because we're currently marginalized. I don't care if you're an African who is living in a mansion, driving a Maserati, talking about you don't see us marginalized. Good for you. But no, as a collective, we are marginalized and we must liberate ourselves. And this is not a matter of going to ask for liberation. This is a matter of taking it for ourselves without even consulting them. And when they interject themselves, we must remind them to take a step outside the door, because this is not a space for that conversation. And don't feel, I know one of the brothers, a good brother, was saying yesterday that he feels he doesn't want to be rude. Y'all, you don't want to be rude to an oppressor? When an oppressor oversteps, after hearing what they've done to our people, you don't want to be rude to oppressors? First of all, that's not rudeness. That's putting them in their place. If you want, you can do it gently. If you want, you can do it the way I do it. Just, I'm not rude, but I'm very blunt because I want them to get it clear. I don't want them to be lost in interpretation and niceties. I want them to know very, very, very clearly that this space is not theirs. Their opinion, their white gaze is not allowed in that space, because we have a situation where Africans are very, very colonized mentally. And if you allow their white gaze in that space, you are infecting that space that needs to be very pure for Africans to decolonize their minds. The colonization of our minds was done by Europeans. Now you can imagine you're in the process of decolonizing our minds and you're inviting Europeans to interject. Hello? It's not going to help. That doesn't mean that Nduku hates Europeans. No. We have white people who are standing in solidarity with Africans. We appreciate them. We thank them. We accept them. But as long as you are an oppressor, and by the way, you're not a white person who's standing in solidarity with Africans if you are offended by those Africans saying to you, give us this space to talk by ourselves. If you fight that, you're not standing in solidarity with Africans. Standing in solidarity with Africans is not only putting yourself at risk, right, to be imprisoned, whatever it is that retaliation does to you for supporting African liberation. It's not only that, but it's also respecting African culture. It's respecting African requests. It's knowing when to step in and when to step out. And when told to step out, is gently walking out without protesting. That also is standing in solidarity with Africans. Because I see a lot of white people who appear to be confused about that and who want to talk about we're discriminating against them when they're told not to be in a space. No, we are saying that your kind has infested our minds. We are in the process of cleaning that out. In order to do that, in order for there not to be any confusion, you cannot be in here opening your mouth with your Western perspective. This has to be a purely African perspective space. And for that to be the case, we're asking you politely to step out. Thank you all. Please do not be ashamed to tell white folk when you're in Black spaces talking about Black liberation and talking about Black culture, going back to your culture, to step out. They can come to the barbecue. After we have our meeting and we have a barbecue, they can come there, we can chit chat. But as long as we're having our session of reconnecting with our and just so that you know, yes, this book, what is written here is for white people also who want to stand in solidarity with Africans. But it is mainly for Africans. All right? This is YouTube. I cannot stop you from attending. But if you're a white person who is attending these sessions, it is for you to see how your ancestors, how your systems, how your governments have underdeveloped Africa. It is for you to get awareness and to stop speaking ignorantly about what is happening in Africa. And for you to stand in solidarity for humanity's sake with Africans. Thank you all. Siku njema, kwaherini, asanteni. You all want to talk about how can I help white people? That's how you can help. Give us room.